Well, hello everybody. Okay, like usual, I don't feel at all like I'm ready, but here we are. Let's get started. As you can see, I'm finishing a print here that was supposed to be done already, and hopefully it'll be done soon because it's actually a part that we need. But what's up, everybody? I looked at the light, not the camera. Today, I kind of wanted to do something that I've been putting off for a while. If you've watched any of my previous videos, my machine is not actually, my axes aren't perpendicular yet. And the MK2 can compensate for this, but I haven't been sleeping as well as I could be at night because it's off. It's kind of funny too, Sparky, or who was it, Terrio said I have 2 dislikes on the stream already, and I wasn't even live yet. So, like I said, haters gonna hate. But there's a couple things that made me want to do this. One, it's been bothering me ever since I built my printer, and when you do the XYZ calibration, it says that the axes are slightly skewed, but it's okay. And it's not okay. I want to fix it. So we're going to do that today. We have to wait for this print to finish. Hopefully it'll be done in the next 10 or 15 minutes, hopefully. But there's some other issues I want to address while I have the machine apart. And if I didn't say, the parts that are printing, what they actually are is they're bearing holders for underneath of the heatbed Y-axis plate. The default method for attaching those to the MK2 is to use zip ties, which are fine. They're fine. I'm not going to hate on zip ties. But I just want to I want to mount them more stably. And if we're going to be kind of tearing the machine down a tiny little bit to square our axes up and check some measurements, there's no reason not to do it right now. So a little foreshadowing. I have this link pulled up. I'll put it in the description. What we're going to be using today is this nifty little mechanical style drawing that gives us some key measurements for the MK2 as to where exactly some elements should be located. One of them is the mythical 100 millimeters, which some of you might have already been exposed to, and that's like the 100 millimeters from the back of your back corners to the back side of the Z-axis upright. That's a key one, but there's a couple other ones here, and I know mine are wrong. I know some of mine are wrong, so we want to hashtag zip ties matter. But yeah, we're going to do that today, which should ideally get all our axes perpendicular, which will just make it more likely that we're going to get the best prints we possibly can out of our machine. The other issue we're going to try to address today is, as you can see in the thumbnail and the description here, is my PEI sheet adhesion has been slowly diminishing over time, and like all my streams, this is going to be as much a conversation as it is me sitting here talking to you guys. So anybody in chat that has any ideas what that could be, I've already discussed it with some people a little bit, but I'll share with you some of the prints that have been chafing my ass lately, to put it nicely. I think it ultimately started, I really started to notice it, I guess that's been about a week ago. If you remember, I printed, it wasn't actually an orange, it was actually the gray one to begin with, but I printed this mech from Mech Warrior, and you see it, you don't need to see it up close, but I did a video that was kind of, again, like an open conversation about like what potentially could have happened. And this had this was oriented like this and had a whole bunch of support material under it. And the support material doesn't have a whole lot of surface area contact with the heat bed. So we thought potentially that was an issue. And I haven't done the update to that video yet, but I am going to come back to that. And you can see I already reprinted this one time. I wanted to do a different baseline in a different filament, because these are actually the same prints, the same slices, same G-code, everything. But I wanted to try a filament that I liked a little bit more. This was the Hatchbox Silver, and I don't love it. It's not bad, but it's not my favorite. It's a little on the stringy side. or so I thought. But this filament actually was a little stringy on this print as well. I think it was the G code for some reason. Same with some of the blobbing and stuff that I got. It was in exactly the same locations, even though I don't get stringing or blobbing with this filament normally. So it'll be interesting to get to the bottom of that. But anyway, this pulled up from the heat bed rather dramatically compared to like the entire, experience I've had with the MK2 so far. Hi guys in chat. Hey Alex. Hey Dario, Don B, Skydriver, Ryan, Hansa, all you guys. Sparky. Hello everybody. But I think that this was the beginning of my PEI issues. I had been having intermittent problems, which were fairly normal, I think. But like if I recount back to when I was like first starting to print with my MK2, take a file like this. It's like a 2x2 square that has complete contact with the bed. A piece like this was actually difficult to get off the PEI sheet, and when I printed this one today, I just grabbed it. It was like pulled it right off. No big deal. But it was a bit of a pain. But it wasn't really causing any bad prints. Until 2 days ago is when it really kind of came to a head. And what I have here, again, these are kind of hard to see. These are the front and back of a miniature Nintendo NES cartridge. Really cool print. This I would consider a failed print. Again, maybe I'll use this other camera. If you can see that the top layers on this are terrible. I don't know. You can't really see it, unfortunately. But long story short, like if you look at the bottom of these, you can see where it adhered to the bed, and then every corner just curled up. And it's probably only a millimeter, maybe a little more than a millimeter that it curled. But it was enough that with this fine nozzle, when it goes over to print these corners, the nozzle's actually kind of like grinding on the print, and it looks terrible. I know you couldn't really see it on camera, but it looks terrible in person. Like, I cannot use these prints. And beyond that, I'll see if you can see this. It's got like a duck bill, like these, when you put these two pieces together, the two surfaces that were against the heat bed, I will show that. You can see how bad they bowed. You know what I mean? It's fairly significant. Fairly significant. Enough to ruin the print. So, and a little backstory here, or a little more context. I clean my bed after every single print with 91% isopropyl alcohol. Exhibit A. This is 91%. I know you can get higher concentrations, but this is good for most things. And by all accounts, is more than enough for cleaning your PEI sheet. So I clean this, or I clean my heat bed rather vigorously after every single print. Like, never a print goes by that I don't clean it. So I'm kind of still perplexed as to why I'm having such a problem. So I scrubbed it down. I think I cleaned it 4 times. Like, I cleaned it with alcohol, got a new paper towel, cleaned it with alcohol again, let it dry, did that 4 times. And I printed this. This is from this is a dungeon tile set from the Rampage Indiegogo campaign. Really cool stuff. That'll be coming in another video. I want to do a whole series on making at least a 4x4 table covered with dungeon. Maybe a 4x8 if I'm really feeling frisky. But as you can see, this is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, somewhere in that region. And this pulled up too. This did the same thing the NES cartridge did, where the corners curled enough that when the hot end came over to print these areas, it was grinding on the print, and it ruined it. It was a 6-hour print because I'm printing with the 0.25 millimeter nozzle at 1.5 or 0.15 millimeter layer height. it ruined it. This is not usable. Like, this is, the top of this is really ugly. On the corners, it's extremely rough. It feels like sandpaper. And when I came down in the morning, because I let this go overnight, I could hear the nozzle, like, you know, a noise similar to that, like grinding on this as it was printing the corners. So, big disappointment. And I'm just kind of shocked. Again, a little more context. This was at 150 microns, so 0.15 millimeter layer height, with 200% thickness on the first layer. And I think, again, I've been like going to the extreme to try to get like good adhesion. I think this was at 220 degrees Celsius on the first layer, and like 40% speed, which is like way, way more than you generally need for printing PLA. So, again, it was such a buzzkill to wake up to this. Really, really disappointed, because I was hoping to paint this up as one of my first test pieces, because it is a big one, and I printed it nice and slow at really fine detail, so it should have been sweet. But so we're going to try to get to the bottom of that today also. I was looking at it a little bit, and I did notice some mechanical problems. Anybody that's built the MK2, you know that it has like that X frame under the heat bed, and there are bolts that go up through it. One of my bolts in the center, there was a little bit of space, because it was the first time I actually got frustrated enough to take a straight edge. I have like a mechanical drawing ruler, and it wasn't flat. I had a little bit of a hump in the center, so I was like, okay, maybe that's it. Maybe, you know, there's a little bit of a hump, and it's putting tension on the corners, and they just, like, you know, pull up a little bit. Big whoop, no big deal, I'll fix it. So I backed the screw out, and I could see there was a millimeter or two of space there. Backed the screw out, pressed it down, and then screwed it back in, thought it was okay. But just looking again, I can see it looks like it did before, so not really sure what it is. Jen in chat said, stop cleaning the bed so much and use a very thin layer of glue stick. That hasn't been enough. I actually reprinted another one of these NES cartridges, which is Exhibit B here. And this I used glue stick, and again, with kind of extreme settings for PLA, with like a 200% layer height, 220 degrees on the first layer, which causes some problems in itself, because you end up like pancaking the bottom of your print on purpose to try to get a little bit of adhesion. But this was kind of the same deal. The top layer is a little bit ugly, and the parts I showed you before, the duckbill look, it did it on this too. It's not as bad. You see, I actually glued this one together, and this is good enough to use. Maybe, I don't know. Not really. Not really. It's like I watch another YouTuber, I think is Jadam. I can't think of exactly how to spell it, but he was talking in his last stream, I think he did yesterday, that expectations differ pretty wildly from 3D printer to 3D printer because of what you get used to and stuff. So, like, having such a great initial experience with the MK2, like, my expectations are very high. Like, I have very literal tolerance for prints that don't look great, which kind of sucks. It does kind of suck, but no. So to answer that, Jen, the glue stick is not going to fix this, I don't think. And I don't want to use a glue stick. It's the whole joy of having a PEI sheet for regular full contact PLA prints like this. We shouldn't be using a glue stick, and if you have to, there's probably an underlying issue that you need to address, and we're going to try to get to the bottom of that today. As soon as these prints finish, we're going to tear a machine apart. We're going to rip this bad boy to pieces. The PEI looks like glass. That's kind of just the camera angle. These webcams are very deceptive, because my PEI sheet's actually fairly rough. Even my damn sponge is orange. How ridiculous is that? This wasn't on purpose. But I'm in the Slack MK2 group, which I'm sure someone here will link. And And I was chatting to those guys about it, and they recommended taking one of these scrubber sponges that have like, you know, a normal soft sponge and then kind of like the abrasive but not ridiculously abrasive scrubber on it. And I really vigorously scrubbed the entire print bed and then cleaned it again with alcohol to get any dust and stuff off. And that's when I printed this piece. I printed this like 2 hours ago, and same deal. It was less dramatic, but the corners still pulled up a little bit. They still pulled up a little bit. And I did rub it with acetone, but I only had like almost literally fumes. I only had fumes in my can. So less than 15 minutes ago, I guess it was more, 3 minutes before I started streaming, I got home from Lowe's, and I got a couple M3 screws to potentially replace some of the ones in the bottom with longer ones, so they bite up into the risers for the heat bed mounts a little better. Because I'll show you it when this is finished. I can actually like pull my one out. The one screw isn't long enough. And I got a brand new thing of acetone, so we're gonna do that too. And in addition to that, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I got some 1500 grit sandpaper here, so we're gonna make this PI sheet stick again. We're gonna make it great again. So we're gonna do all of the above. Let me catch up on chat. I'm sure you guys have had some opinions on some of the things I've said so far. Use Scotch-Brite and acetone. I guess this isn't technically like Scotch-Brite, but if we have to resurface the whole thing, because I had seen like doing some brief Googling that some guys had success using 2000 grit sandpaper. So I was like, F it, let's go even more aggressive. So I got some 1500 grit, and it's wet sanding paper, but it should be fine. But yeah, we're gonna fix this problem because it's driving me nuts. I just made an impulse purchase. This is the Rampage dungeon tile system, and they have these cool little clips on the side you see where the tiles interlock together. Great stuff. I made an impulse purchase that I really couldn't afford, and spent $80 on their Indiegogo campaign and got every file they have, which is like a shocking number of files. This is just the crypts set. This is one of the crypt tiles, and you can't really see it, but it has like bones and stone tiles and all kinds of cool crap. So the plan is to be printing this stuff every single night, all night, and like I said, I want to cover a 4 foot by 4 foot table with dungeon tiles that are all painted, all done, all that cool stuff. So yeah, I want to get this tended to, because it wasn't bad. Another cool... More cool stuff. This is from a company called Hobgoblin 3D. These are a bunch of like role-playing. Like this is a little chest that has an articulating lid. There's like bed pieces. I know you guys can't see this all that well, but beds, bookshelves, all kinds of cool crap. And these prints look great. Like printing small stuff, I don't have any problems. Well, I say that even on the. I guess I really hadn't scrutinized these. Again, it's really easy to see in person. It's a little difficult to communicate over the camera. But even on these pieces, like a piece like this, that's maybe 1.5 inches by 2 inches. When you hold it up to the light and get the light to reflect back at you, like I can see where these corners pulled up a little bit, probably 0.5 millimeter. And then when you kind of eyeball it, I can definitely see that even a print like this pulled up. Luckily, it was small enough that it didn't cause any it didn't cause a failed print or anything. But no, we're gonna be doing some cool stuff on the channel here. Any of you guys that are into like D&D or tabletop wargaming, any of that stuff, and if you're not into D&D, and stay tuned, you'll soon be into D&D because stuff's cool. But it looks like this print will be done in another minute or two. Does anybody have a link to the print that is currently printing? I do. Let me grab it here. Let me find this. This was made by Aaron, the guy you guys have probably seen in my chat before, and it runs the Slack group. They're on his Tinkercad profile. It's a little Tinkercad's a little slow sometimes, but let me pull it up here. Here is the link to the file that's printing. And let me add those to this description quick. What are these? These are the Y-axis. Y-axis bearing mounts. And then I'll also share, remember this file that I said we're going to use, or this printout. I'll go ahead and share that as well, because that is also important. That is the, what do they call it? The Y-assembly dimensions? Well, I'm not going to call it that. The MK2. All right, so they're updated in the description, and then here just for chat. These are on GitHub. If you have an MK2, and you really should have this, because it makes things much easier. It takes it from kind of like a guessing game about dimensions and like a trial and error thing to more of like a get it to this point and then tweak kind of game, which is very different. But yeah, as soon as this is done, we're going to rip our printer apart. My plan is to take... What is the plan? I guess we should do some planning here. I plan on taking the heat bed off the machine so we can make sure that it's flushly mounted to the undercarriage. We're going to switch the I-axis bearings from zip ties to the holders that are printing right now. And then when that is all finished, we're gonna put everything back together and double check all our dimensions, and then rerun our XYZ calibration, and hopefully our axes are perpendicular. Joseph said he doesn't need any stinking measurements. I beg to differ, because if you don't do it this way, you're going to end up with what I have now, which is axes that aren't perpendicular. Andre asked what we're printing. I did just kind of say, but we're printing the bushing holders for the I-axis bearings that go under the Y carriage. So they're 99% done, so they'll be done here in a second. And then I'll show you guys a quick, for instance, like how easy it is to pull the prints off the PI sheet now. And if you go back and look at my older videos, I had a freaking paint scraper and was torquing the hell out of it. And did I spell perpendicular wrong? Somebody, you got me nervous now. Perpendicular. That looks right. But her beluga said it's easy to get perpendicular with some calipers. Well, and this might be of use to some people too. I don't have calipers big enough to do all of the dimensions. So we're going to have to do a combination of calipers and like a ruler, which I imagine... I don't think most people have like 8-inch calipers, which is, I think, the size you actually need. So here's this print, and again, like, in the past, I probably would have had to pry on these a little bit, but I would just imagine, like, of course they stick. Of course. Of course. Oh, the universe hates me. We'll let the heat bed cool down a little bit. It looks like these are sticking. The one print in the last week that sticks. Yeah, son of a bitch. They're sticking like crazy. Before this print, I have been like vigorously rubbing with the scrubber sponge, and I did wipe it down. Oh, and I glue sticked these. I did glue stick these out of desperation. So that's part of it. Joey, you know how we run things around here. You know how I do things. But yeah, like I said, I did glue stick this, so. Sweet Jesus. It seems by throwing everything I had at it, I have gotten some improvement in adhesion, but we need to get back to the good old days. Like I said, I actually don't mind. I used to be frustrated by prints that stuck like extremely well, but as soon as you have a couple bouts of adhesion problems, you'll welcome it. I'll welcome struggling with prints again, because at least there's a print that I want stuck to the machine, and not like a piece of crap that I can't use that comes off easy. Like, I'll definitely make that trade-off. Okay, so here's our cool things. And then our nice, like, it's not the Prusa orange, but it's close enough. So we're going to let the machine cool down. And then I guess we're done with this camera for now. And now we're as much as I hate to, we're going to tear this thing apart. How did I get glue under the prints? Well, that's what I said. The camera's a little misleading. Like, I knew approximately where these pieces were going to be, so I just put it like right in that area, but it does extend out past the prints. It's just that the glue only looked white under the pieces, so. Energy strike. What is this garolite you speak of? I've actually never seen that word before. But no, I don't know if if anyone else here has had like diminishing adhesion with their PEI, but it's been like, I don't know. I guess it might have been like a honeymoon period, but like, it was great at first. I didn't have a care in the world. I haven't shared any pictures on any of my social media, but I did share them in the Prusa group a couple months back. But I used to do, they weren't these exact pieces, but I used to do like full heat bed prints of stuff like it was no big deal, and just start it and go to bed and never had a care in the world. Oh yeah, we should unload the filament. That's good call. Yeah, who was that? Good call, John Van Den Bos. I forgot to unload the filament. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people that use 3D Print Creator said he uses Build Tack and Kapton tape. Uh, I have a coupon for Build Tack that came in my maker box from this month or last month, whichever it is. But I don't have any experience with it either, and I actually haven't communicated directly with someone who has experience with it, so I'm not really sure. I do need to try it. Like, 'cause I'm one of those guys, I'm willing to try anything. The only kind of turnoff that I had with Build Tack, and it might be misinformation, was that it wears out relatively quickly, especially if you're printing, like, for the next, I would say the next 2 months at least, I'm going to be running roughly 10-hour prints all night, every day of the week, you know? And from what I understand, like, I would be wearing Build Tack sheets out fairly quick. Corn Corn Binder Kid asked what this orange PLA is. This PLA, that it's not an exact match, but it's about as close as you can hope to get, I would think. This is AIO Robotics, All-in-One Robotics. This is their PLA that you can get. I got it off of Amazon. And the only drawback is it comes in 500 gram rolls instead of 1 kilogram rolls. But the pricing, I can't recall. I don't think it was too bad. I think it was like $12.99 for 500 grams. So certainly not the worst, not the best, but certainly not the worst. What 8586 asked if these are Rampage tiles. Yes, sir, they are. I actually bought the $79 package from their Indiegogo campaign that had everything. Like, I don't know what the total count is, but I would guess there's at least 100 to maybe 150 files in that Indiegogo, and they're all pretty sweet. Yeah, but that's what these are. This is one of the ones from the Crypt set, the big 4x4 tile, and then these are some of the regular tiles. Because I have them before. I think I've gotten them out and showed them before. I've printed out the sample pack they had that has yeah, here they are. These are sweet, and like I said, I'm going to be doing a video series on these in the future. But like here's a wall segment, right? Stone wall, and it uses these little clips that go into the different pieces, and then like here's the piece I just printed. They all clip together, and it's like a modular dungeon system, and it's really sweet. I love it. Really do love it, because I printed out like 4 copies of the samples. But it's really nice stuff. I really love it. I'm excited to do some. I'm excited to print my brains out with it whenever I get my my printer sorted out. Where's my piece? This one's kind of different. And this was in the. If you're wondering what gray this is a really nice dark gray. This is the gunmetal PLA from Atomic Filaments. I did like this. It's what I printed out like a lot of this sci-fi terrain and stuff with. It seemed to print really nice. But these were all from like a month and a half or 2 months ago when I was doing like full build plate prints overnight without any problems. Okay. But yeah, that's the AIO PLA, and it's just called Orange. Just Orange. So we'll let that cool down. I'll ask too, because the first time I had seen it was when I was at Lowe's. Is it okay to use denatured alcohol, or do we have to use isopropyl? Because when I was in the aisle getting the acetone that I bought, they had containers of denatured alcohol. Means it's unnatural, haha. But I didn't know if anybody had used that at all. If it's okay to use on the PEI, or like obviously it's something I could Google, but like I said, I just saw it like a half hour ago and was just kind of curious. I didn't want to buy any because I wasn't sure, but now I'm going to try to clean the glue off the build plate. Another reason I don't like using the glue stick is that it's a little more involved when you want to like clean your bed between prints, but so I'm going to wipe that off while this is cooling, and then we'll get this over here and tear it apart. Yeah, like that. It's just the glue stick's a bit of a pain. Bit of a pain to clean off. And I know some people use it on between prints, but I don't really like the idea of doing that, honestly. All right, good enough. So we'll wait till the heatsink fan goes off. The hot end's still warm, so as soon as that pops off, we'll bring it over here. All right, so what was the answers to my denatured alcohol question? Because it didn't actually, I thought it was kind of weird that the denatured alcohol didn't actually have a, it wasn't actually listed like what percent alcohol it was. So I didn't know, like I know some of those products, it might have something else in there. Like I know denatured alcohol is used as like a clean burning fuel, so I didn't know if it had any kind of like petroleum base in it or something that might actually be kind of working against us. But yeah, it looks like... Is there nobody in chat that's ever used denatured alcohol? Is that the... That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. Like I said, I won't dwell on it too much. It's something I'll just have to Google then, but I was just curious if anybody happened to know, since I didn't have any time to internets. Hey Lorenzo. Hey everybody. Looks like we broke a new record today. We're at 71. What in the last stream we broke 50 for the first time. So yeah, sweet. Breaking records. Kicking asses, taking names. Butter Beluga. 71 viewers, making it big time. Totally, man. Totally. And now 70 people are going to get to see how we run things around here and see me tear my printer to pieces and curse and have a good old time. No, that's not Indian Pale Ale. I've been watching a YouTuber that does he has such a great channel. He does like content for like role playing, dungeon master, stuff like that. He's such a cool guy, and he's always drinking in his videos, and it makes me jealous. I need to be sitting here with like a big old mug of mead or something. Is it lagging? I'm not dropping any frames, so you need to get some of that in the MK2 group we were talking about internet speeds, and I have a friend that just got, I think it's called Lightspeed fiber service, and they have like 800 megabytes up and down for their internet service now. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'm like uploading at 4,000 kilobytes a second. That's nothing. They could host 800 of me in their on their internet service. It's ridiculous. But it looks like we have to chat here for another minute. It's like 60 degrees, so it'll be ready in a minute. I did want to talk about this for a second. Have any of you guys seen the... I saw it in one of the Facebook groups. Advertisements for $5 filament. Well, I got some. That's what these are. That's what these towels... this is actually the Hatchbox, but... That's what the NES cartridges and this tile are printed from. And I got them for one reason. If you see... I guess you can't really see. These two colors are very good matches for the NES colors. Like the light gray matches the top shell fairly well, and the dark gray matches the bottom shell fairly well. And I'm going to print some miniature NESs in 2 pieces with this. But some brief commentary on the $5 filaments. These suck. to be blunt about it. These little rolls they come on suck. They suck really bad. The filament is okay. The filament I don't really have any problems with. It seems to print like other YouTubers, you've probably seen them say, like most PLAs are very, very similar anymore. Like even cheap ones, their fan went off. I was hoping to be able to recommend these to people because it is kind of nice, but when you factor in the price, this is $5. They don't lie, it is $5, but it's for 200 grams. So it's $25 for a kilogram, and you basically have to re-spool this, and that's like, yeah, like Butthurt said, it's $5 for 200 grams. This is not fun to print with, because like I tried even a little print like this. It was like an hour, 45-minute print. If you're going to use these, you have to watch it like a hawk, because it will bind very quickly. And re-spooling these, I don't want to. Like honestly, like I'll get by if I have to deal with it to print a couple Raspberry Pi cases for these miniature NESs. Like that's what I'll have to do. But in the future, I can't really recommend buying these unless you have like a really small run project that you don't mind either re-spooling, which is not fun. I mean, you could build a little machine with 2 spools on it and some handles and stuff and re-spool it yourself. And I guess if you invest the time in making that, it wouldn't be too bad. But like I said, $25 for a kilogram is not cheap, and to have to deal with like the re-spooling and everything is a big pain. I was thinking it was going to be kind of trivial to deal with that, but having to actually deal with it now, it's not fun. It's really not fun. And like I said, the PLA seems okay. They do have some nice colors, like being able to get these 2 grays and only have $10 invested is kind of nice, but yeah, like Hansa said, either he or somebody else could probably design a little snap together spool where you could kind of break this out and try to keep your roll together and snap it together, but man, I don't know. If you're looking to be in the $25 a kilogram filament price range, you have a ton of options. There's a ton of filament you can buy for that kind of price. So yeah, I don't know. Kind of torn. I don't mind the PLA. PLA prints fine. It's probably manufactured by some company that's being resold through some other company anyway, but yeah, these mini spools really suck. Really a pain. All right, let's sacrifice this thing on the altar of the Nillabean YouTube channel. Okay, so let me get all this crap out of the way. So the first thing I wanted to show you was what I was talking about with why I wanted to get longer screws. So right, my heat bed is screwed together, right? Well, except that corner. You can't really see it, but that is the riser pulled out of the screw. The screw only like threads up into the riser, maybe 2 threads. But yeah, that's not good. So we want to take a look at that. Let me get my little Getter rubber band off the back here. I still have an unresolved issue with the heat bed cable chain. It kind of like drags a little bit, and it hits the zip tie on the back of the Y-axis rod. So I had like a rubber band going from the Rambo case to the chain, just to put a tiny little bit of tension on it to keep it from riding back there. But okay. So I think the first thing we're going to do is detach the heat bed. I think that's what we want to do first. And that's going to involve a few steps. The first being underneath here. I guess I could move my other camera over. Get some lighting. All right. My mouse is hiding way over here. Okay, one of the first things we're going to do is there are 2 screws in here, 2 bolts in here, holding this thing to the bottom of the heat bed, and we're gonna take that out because this is part of the problem we're going to want to fix with the screws I was talking about. See a corn binder kit, man. Names on the internet. I guess mine's Nillabean. I can't really say a whole lot. Different strokes for different folks, I guess, eh? So we're going to take these out. And then I guess the easiest thing to do is just to cut the zip ties on these Y, like this Y rod here, and just pop these Y rods off. Take the whole thing off. That'll make it a little bit easier for us to check some dimensions on the frame and everything. So I think we'll just go ahead and do it that way. But another one of the reasons I want to do this is my belt here on the Y-axis is rubbing. It's rubbing the pulley on both ends. And it's doing it in a way that's weird. Like, obviously something's out of skew here because it's rubbing the bottom over here and then the top over here. So it's kind of like cocked. Not good, but we'll get it here. We'll get it sorted out. Okay, so then we're going to flip this back up. And on all the corners, we have zip ties that hold these rods down. And we're going to cut all of those. Pull these zip ties out. This is kind of like major surgery on this little fella here. Yeah, this time we are going to take the belt off. We are going to do that. Okay. So we have our smooth rods out. This is making me sad. There's nothing like, feels like tearing your baby apart. This poor little fella. What did he ever do to anybody? Okay, so there's our heat bed. We're going to disconnect our cable chain. And I should be able to walk this bottom piece off. There we go. Just so there's no tension. And there we go. There's the bottom of our heat bed. This is taking up a lot of space here. We're going to set our dimension to the side because we'll do that towards the end. But we're going to get this over here. And hopefully you can kind of see what we're talking about with this. I got a bunch of shadows over here. Plus this is like black on black. Try to light that a little bit better. Okay. So here's the bottom of our heat bed, right? Something falling in the corner. Okay. Here's the bottom of our heat bed. Where's the corner I could pull off? Here it is. Yeah, this corner, this one here, the thread just doesn't go in the riser far enough to actually hold. That's not good. That's why I have a little bit longer screws. We have a couple extra screws that came with the kit. Disconnect this cable chain and get some tension off of it. And something else we're going to do today is when we're all finished, we're going to pop the Rambo case open and just double check that all of our cables are seated properly. That's something I think we should do periodically. All right, let's get our wrenches out here. I don't know which ones we need exactly. We'll get them all. And I got some nylon washers to replace the noisy washers in the print heads. We'll do that while we're at it. They were cheap. They were like 50 cents at Lowe's. It's not too bad. Okay. All right, so we'll check this screw. Maybe our bolt was stripped. Maybe it's something as simple as that. So we'll back this out here. And maybe because it only grips with like a thread or two, maybe this thread's just kind of stripped when I did the assembly and I never really noticed. Nah, it doesn't appear to be the case. I'm not sure. Hopefully the riser isn't stripped. I guess that's the piece that's actually most likely to give, unfortunately. But I got a couple Lowe's. Any of you guys that were in chat before, I was trying to hunt down some M3 bolts. Lowe's actually did have some. I was kind of surprised. But they're Phillips head. And I guess let's just take this whole thing off. Let's quit beating around the bush because we do have to install the holder pieces for our linear bushings. So we'll get all these out. Man, I never thought I'd have to like disassemble this thing this much again. I don't mind it too much because we are like learning. But I'd rather just be printing. Rather be knocking out some dungeon pieces. But we'll get this taken care of as quick as we can. All right. So there's our little under chassis taken apart. Doesn't here I am eyeballing it. It doesn't look bent. I have a straight edge, but it's not really the best. Because it could be the case that this is just a little bit out of true. If I had to guess, I would say that is part of the problem. This definitely has a tiny little bit of a bow in it. Towards the center. What's the worst that could happen? Let's correct this just a little bit. Because I only am suspicious of that because they have these little ears, and I would imagine if anything's going to bend in this whole setup, I could see these little ears like flexing a little bit. Just under pressure. Because I think this is cast aluminum. This isn't the strongest material on the planet. Let's do a little bit more on this one. Just baby steps. Like I said, this isn't the best ruler, so don't... If you ever use a straight edge, make sure to use it as many ways as you can to make sure there's not, like, anything wonky with your straight edge. It does look like this corner is just bowed a tiny little bit. I think it's fairly insignificant, but if we can get it to flex just a little, just kind of gently persuading it. Well, we kind of split the difference, so... Alright, so how was this oriented? Like so. I forget which side. Does it actually matter if the bearings are on one side or the other, or two bushings on one and one on the other? I wish this thing would just have 4 bushings. I know that causes problems with like binding and lining things up, but still. It would be nice. So we have our little pieces here. And it looks like we need to clean this print up a little bit. There's a tiny little bit of you can actually see it on camera there. Hot damn. There's a tiny little bit of extra material there in the peak of that round part. So we'll clean that up a little bit here. I'll just use my wife's kitchen knife that I took, that she's not too happy that I took. Just kind of smooth that out a little bit. And if I'm not mistaken, I haven't used these before. I know some of you guys in chat have. I'm assuming our bolts thread... I guess I can check it myself. Do the bolts thread into the plastic? It seems they do. Okay. Good, that makes it simple. Where did I get my I-axis bearings from? I don't recall. It was actually a little while ago. If you just Google it, I know it's not a very satisfying answer, but there are manufacturers all over the place. Like I-axis actually has a place within about an hour of my house that is like one of their actual corporate offices. But there's a lot of manufacturing suppliers that carry their stuff. The big thing, again, I'll try to put most of this in the description when I'm done. These are the RJ4JP 01-08s. And it'll say on there that they're for replacing 8mm linear bearings. That's actually what they're manufactured for. Alright, so they're cleaned out. So, one of the things to keep in mind is that when we install these, we're going to have to like put the screws in from the top side. So we're going to make sure we want to do it correctly, because we'll have to, again, like disassemble this and take the heat plate off to get back to them if we want to do that at some point down the road. But yeah, we'll go ahead and clip our zip ties off here. And we'll see how this goes. I was kind of anxious to see how the installation of these goes. Right, so this is the bottom. So we're going to want to flip this over. And get our bushings in here. Hopefully they fit. And you see, they fit in there nicely. And they have, on the ends, there are little pieces on the end that kind of lock them in place and keep them from sliding, which is something the zip ties do not do. It's one of the drawbacks of the zip tie. Okay, and I'm assuming they're not long enough. Now, I think it was recommended, if I recall correctly, that we're supposed to use M3 by 14 screws, but they didn't actually have any. And I wonder if the 10s have enough bite. I see in hindsight I probably should have got the 12s. But I was planning on using the 20s and just like cutting them down to whatever size we needed. In hindsight, that probably wasn't the easiest route to take. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like they're going to stick out a little bit. Let's see what we have in our spare parts here. We have some M3 by 12s, but we only have 2 of them. And like I said, whatever we do here, we want to make sure we do correctly so we don't have to come back and address it again. I guess worst comes to worst, I can cut 6 of these with my Dremel. That's probably what we're going to end up doing here. Yeah, it looks like the 10mm ones just don't have quite enough bite. If you can see, just like eyeballing that, it looks, I mean, that's not insignificant, but I would imagine we want a little bit more than that. What's the consensus here? Should I cut these screws or use the 10s? In hindsight, I think I should have got the 14s or the 12s, but well, they didn't have 12s, that's right, or 14s. They had 12s, 18s, and 20s. I think I'll just chop these with my cutoff wheel. quit beating around the bush here and get this done. As always on the Nillabean YouTube channel, safety is paramount. Nobody laugh. That was not a joke. Any of my regular viewers know how serious I am about safety. So we're going to use our Dremel with a little cutoff wheel, and we're going to just cut these off here. Hopefully it won't take too long. And I'm going to do this. I'm using such stringent safety protocols that I'm going to do this off camera, so you guys aren't too safe, but be safe. Oh hell, I guess I have to mark them. We'll mark these off. What? I guess we can go ahead and check and see approximately what length we want to shoot for here, so we don't have any bolts sticking out. Looks like about 14 millimeters. Looks like about exactly what the guy that made these recommended. The 20s will, actually, if I hold it up here, you'll see the 20s, they'll stick out probably 4 millimeters, probably, or maybe even closer to 5 millimeters. And I'm kind of worried because the whole reason Aaron designed these was because there was clearance issues with the other ones. So I'll cut my fingers. You guys don't know how I operate around here. I'm impervious. Okay, so let's just like roughly mark these. I'll mark one and then just kind of use it as a gauge for the other ones. So there's 10, right about there. Should be good. All right, now I'm going to go off camera here and be super safe and cut some bolts. Oh, that's true. I should put a nut on before I cut these. And the reason you do that is so you can back the nut back off and it'll kind of like sort your threads off, or sort your threads out for you. That is a handy dandy tip. That is not the same. Luckily, one of the nice things with the MK2 is it comes with a bag of a bunch of extra parts. My light's super bright here now. But yeah, it is handy having all these extra excess parts like this. There's a couple extra nuts in here because I didn't have any otherwise. All right, so let's cut 6 of these quick. Super safely. That's a little hot. All right, let's use some pliers here. All right, so there's number 1. This is really hot. Doesn't feel like we jacked our threads up too bad. All right, then I'll mark 5 more and we'll knock these out here quick. Yeah, sorry. Did you guys ever watch Saul? Look, okay, I know a lot of you guys are probably new and don't know me. I grew up in a logging family. Being safe was not being dead at whenever you're finished whatever you're doing. And I've successfully done that my whole life. I've never died once. I don't know how you could ever say I'm not safe. Plus, any times in my life that I've been seriously injured, it's always been somebody else's fault. And I don't mean that, like, jokingly. Genuinely is true. I'm a very safe kind of stupid. Like Joseph said, YOLO. Ain't nobody got time for that. That's what I gotta say. I don't have time to get OSHA inspections here. I gotta get bolts. I gotta install things. The Dremel is hardly a chainsaw. No, but it's nearly as dangerous if handled improperly. I've had some pretty close calls with chainsaws, I gotta say. But I've also had some pretty close calls with Dremel tools. Alright, here we go. Oh, we broke a disc. Damn it. Why is it always something? I'm always so safe. And yet I'm rewarded so infrequently. For my safety. I wish I'd have just bought the other damn bolts. Damn it. You know what they say about hindsight? Your soldering station is more expensive than your 3D printer. It's actually not. It's close, but it's actually not. I think that's a Heiko 808, I think. I think that's what I have. It's only about $100. I got it when it was on sale. The more expensive item was the desoldering iron. A desoldering iron like that, I had to save up forever for that thing. That was like $350, I think. But if any of you guys do soldering work, a desoldering iron will change your life as you know it. Change your freaking life. That thing is amazing. I'll have to use that on stream sometime. That thing is amazing. That is an absolute game changer. Okay, where were we? I was working my way to an early grave, I think. Alright, this was not the easiest way to do this. Here we go. Number 2, that one's a little quicker. Alright, doesn't look like... The nice thing about the little disc grinder is it doesn't actually mess the threads up that bad if you're careful. I mean, the nut is nice to have there just in case. Is there a difference between a soldering iron and a desoldering iron? Yes, huge difference. The soldering iron just heats up solder, so it'll flow. The desoldering iron actually has a hollow tip, and it heats up the solder just like an iron does. But when you pull the trigger, it actually has like a diaphragm pump that pulls the solder off of whatever you're working on. Like I said, it's an absolute game changer. On something like I use it working on NESs mostly. The NES has a 72-pin chip inside of it. And to desolder that without a desoldering gun could take you an hour. And with a desoldering gun, I've timed it. I've taken them out in as little as 30, I think 38 seconds was the fastest I've ever taken one out with 72 pins. Man, it's just burp, 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 burp. Done. And then it just basically falls out. And there's just like no comparison doing it any other way. Absolutely amazing. All right, number 3. Ow, man, that's hot. That definitely left a burn. I got 2 white spots on my fingers now. That one's hot. Hot, hot, hot. Oh, it stinks in here now. Damn it. All right, number 3. On to number 4. Yeah, I need a... If you guys can't tell, I could really use... Ow, damn it. I could really use a little bench vise. That would help a lot. But nice ones are more expensive than you'd think. I'm gonna have a weird little pair of blisters now. You can see where I, like, pinched it. I got 2 little white spots. My wife's gonna make... She's used to things. She's gonna make fun of me. I smell like burnt pancakes. I could use a little thing of water here. I'll dip it in my tea. Yeah. As if there weren't enough reasons to love sweet tea already. All right, last one here, and then we'll move on with things. The sideshow will end, and we'll get back to our normally scheduled programming. Our regularly scheduled programming. That's funny hearing that sizzle in my tea. Yeah, that one was not quite as off camera as the other ones were off camera. Okay, so we have 6 relatively similar bolts. They're not all the same. What I was doing there, Butthurt, was I had 20mm bolts. You can see here. I had 20mm bolts, and I needed approximately 16mm bolts. So we had to do some ghetto fabrication here. Okay, anyway. If I remember correctly, there's a dimple in the corner here that should be facing our bed. I forget which direction, though. That would kill your OCD. I don't know how close they actually are. They're all fairly close. I did mark them. They're all within a millimeter of each other. Luckily, they're not gonna stick out at all. But they're all fairly close. I know they don't from that angle they don't look like it, but yeah, they are. They're not bad. It looks like, yeah, we should be this way. So we're gonna have our bearing on this side, and then our bolt is going to come down from the top. And unfortunately, the holes in my plate are a little snug. So I'm actually going to start these. And these are Phillips now. So we'll go ahead and start all 6 of these from the top. Because the holes, apparently there's a slight variation in the machining on some of these. And for some guys, the M3 bolts will actually just like slip through these holes, but mine were a little snug. So we'll get all these started. This will speed things up a little bit. But yeah, not too bad. Yeah, sorry, I can't imagine what was being said in chat here. You officially hate Windows 10. Lee, if you go... I had the same problem where my the C930E would work fine, but the C920 wouldn't, and OBS also wouldn't do a monitor capture after I moved to Windows 10. And what I ended up doing was going to the ABS or OBS executable file and go into compatibility and set it to compatibility for Windows 7, and it actually fixed all the issues I had. But yeah, after that, I didn't really have any problems. The only complaint I still have about OBS is not saving camera settings. So like you get your settings, like your color balance and all that stuff set, and then it loses it every time you freaking shut the camera off. Okay, so we got our screws started. And I'll take them all in just till they're peeking out the other side. All right, that's pretty good. And you see, we don't want them sticking out yet. They're just flush on the other side. And we'll get all our bearings in here, or bushings rather. I keep calling these bearings, and they're actually bushings. They replace the bearings. So we'll get all these in here, and we'll go ahead and tighten these down. And we don't want to over-tighten these. That's something that really needs stressed with everything on these printers. You don't want to over-tighten anything. You just want to take it to the point where it's snug and kind of leave it at that. Because you can actually do a moderate amount of damage with a lot of these things if you over-tighten them. Especially with these, because you got to keep in mind, these threads are actually just digging into the plastic, so it's not like we're actually using metal here. So you don't act like a crazy person when you're tightening these up. Better drill them holes. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea, actually. I'll see if these tighten down okay. If they don't tighten down okay, we will... The reason you want to do that is if it's the case with anything. If you're threaded into something and then you're threading into another thing, sometimes you'll get a gap between those two things and they can't really pull together because the threads are biting in both the materials. So we'll see if these actually tighten down. If they do, we'll leave it. It looks like they're snugging up okay. Because luckily there isn't really any metal in these holes that we're hitting. I think it's just the coating a little bit, and I think the coating is giving without much problem. So again, we don't want to strip our plastic out. So we'll just tighten those down, and then you can see on the underside there that our bolts are not sticking out of the plastic. So our length is just about right, and our consistency across the bolts is pretty good. Even though you might not expect that one. Some idiots cutting them with a handheld Dremel. But, yeah, it looks like we hit 80 there for a second. That's crazy. That's crazy. Even 70 is crazy. Hey to all you new guys. My name is Nillabean. I do 3D printing streams on the reg. Yeah, after we get, like And Busy just said, After we get these two in, before we really tighten them up, we'll put the rod in to make sure they're more or less aligned properly, and then we'll tighten them up. Because otherwise, you might get them at a weird angle where your rod is actually causing friction on the bushings. I gotta say, I do prefer Phillips heads to the hex heads in situations like this. Makes it a little easier to get these like long threads in. All right, I'm just gonna pull this down to make sure that we've eliminated the gap between the two pieces, and then I'll back them up a little bit so they're not super tight. That way we can adjust the orientation if we have to after we put our rod in. All right, last two. Home stretch. Yeah, these are, to you guys asking, what we're actually doing here is these are normally mounted with zip ties on the underneath of this Y-axis carriage. And I had already previously replaced the linear bearings with the I-axis bushings, but then since we're going to tear the machine apart anyway to try to get our axes perpendicular, I figured I'd go ahead while I have it torn apart and replace the zip ties with these holders that we 3D printed. So I was just seeing how that fits in there. I think before I get too far, I actually want to take this one back out and clean it. It looks like our bushing's not seated in there 100%. And we'll clean that out a little bit better. You can see in the peak here, it's not quite as round as it could be. So we'll just like clean a little bit more of that material out so the bushing can sit down in there the whole way. So that's a good idea to just like keep an eye on everything when you're doing stuff like this. And if anything looks even the slightest bit out of the ordinary, go ahead and address it before you finish what you're doing. Because like this, if that could have, I don't know that would have caused a problem, but if it would have, to have to disassemble this all again would not be ideal. Do the rods glide well? We'll check that here in a second. Like I said, I'm gonna tighten these up to remove the space between the two pieces, and then we'll back the screws out again, insert our rod, and make sure they're aligned okay. Okay, so we'll back that out. We'll get our other one started here. And we'll get it most of the way in, and then we'll put our smooth rod in. And we'll tighten this till that pulls tight, flush to the plate. That looks good. Make sure they all are. All right, now we'll see if our rods slide in. I would assume they'll be aligned fairly well. Oh, they are not. They are not aligned fairly well. So we'll have to tweak these a little bit. There we go. And what I'm doing is I'm just putting force on this in several directions to kind of like shift the bushings around so they get lined up. And this should slide on here with very little friction. And seems like we're all right. Seems like it should be okay. What I'd like to do in the future is actually replace these rods with the same company that makes the I-axis bushings, I-axis obviously. They make anodized aluminum rods that are made specifically for these bushings. But yeah, that seems all right. There's a little bit of friction, but nothing too bad. All right, so let's leave that. We'll leave the rod in there, and now we'll tighten these up. Again, we're not cranking these like He-Man. We're just gonna snug them up, so they're tight enough that we know that the screws aren't going to back out, and then we'll just leave it at that. And then we'll double check here to make sure they still slide okay. That is tight as hell. That's not good. Okay, so there is quite a bit of friction on there. The problem is I don't know how exactly we address that with these. Because there isn't really a lot of room for movement on these. The way they install, like we're going straight from a tight hole to a tight hole. That's what she said. Maybe I just put too much tension on the screws. Maybe if I loosen them up a little bit. There we go. There, it took about a quarter turn. I just had them tightened too much. But there we go. There's our two I guess bushings with nice Prusa orange mounts. But no, you see that moves in there quite nicely. Okay, so we'll do the other side. And it is good to have that because now I have a rough idea of how tight these should be. So I'll back these out a tiny little bit too. Because I think being that the screw goes so far into the plastic, it really doesn't have the ability to back out because it has so much friction on it. So I think we're good. And I do like these. I know I know there's nothing inherently wrong with the zip ties. But I do just feel a little bit better knowing that these are securely mounted. Like in these mounts, it takes quite a bit of force to slide them forward and backward. And with the zip ties, I could actually do it without much force at all. So, good show. So there's that part of it done. The next one is addressing the concerns I had about the risers in the heat bed. Right? So, I think what I wanted to do is take my tiny little adjustable here, and I want to make sure that these are threaded. I'm trying to think how these would go. I want to make sure these are tightened on the posts that go through the heat bed. You see, we have little hex head screws here, but we can't actually access them because the PEI sheet goes over top of it. So we're just going to make sure these are tightened. And I did get like a half turn out of that one. So they really weren't all that tight. Same with that one. That wasn't very tight. Okay. Like Joe's freaking out in chat. This is like the same material as like a PCB, a printed circuit board. So you don't really want to like crank these down. They were actually loose. Crack, broken. And my adjustable's little not adjustable. But no, I'm just snugging these up. I'm not going to crack them. But no, like before I tore this all apart, I did use my straight edge, and I did have a little bit of a bump in the middle of my heat bed. So, like, I doubt these were torqued to any specific level of tightness at the factory. And I don't think we're in, like, at risk of cracking this with a little bit of force that I'm putting on these. I just want to make sure that everything is pulling together properly. No, they all look good. I didn't crack any. Calm down, guys. Come on now. I get a little Wild West with things, but I don't tend to break stuff. Hey guys, what's popping? Oh, I didn't. Hey guys, what's up? I thought you meant you heard something popping. It's like, well, that's not good. Okay. Okay. So we've gotten those snugged up. I know you guys are gonna freak out, but I just want to make sure these center ones are tight, because I think there was a little bit of a. That's where a little bit of my space was coming from. The next thing is reattaching this to our heat bed. And I don't actually recall, I can't remember where our dimple goes. Because one of these sides you see has 2 bushings on it, and the other side has only has 1. And I'm not sure which side is actually which. And unfortunately, my MK2 did not come with the assembly manual, so I have to actually check the online one. Because anybody that builds their kit, I do highly recommend using the online guide that they have, because the pictures and stuff that are available are significantly better. Alright, so here's the English manuals. There's the upgrade kits. There's the MK2. Here's the Y-axis assembly. And it looks like, from the front of the machine, it looks like the double bearing should be on the left-hand side, which is the same side as the heat bed connector. So, yeah, one bearing power supply side. Thanks for that, guys. Okay. So the next issue I had was, like I had mentioned before, when I screwed the screws that go underneath to connect, I think it was this corner. There's a bolt that goes through here that goes into this riser, and the one on the front corner, I could actually just like separate. The threads didn't go in far enough to actually grip. And I'm just trying to look here. I guess that does go in about as far as it can. It'd be nice if they had a little bit more room in the riser for some extra threads, because I guess they used an 8mm screw, and I guess there isn't enough room for a 10. So it just kind of leaves us in a situation where they're not really hanging on by all that much. But I guess that is what it is. So let's go ahead and put these back in here, and we'll see if we have that same issue. And again, the whole thing that I think was causing problems before is that you need to put pressure on these so there isn't a gap between this undercarriage and the heat bed. Because I think that's what was causing the problems I had. This is turning into a little bit of a cluster here. Let me get some space. I feel all jammed up. So here's my 4 screws. Need them. We don't need the marker. We don't need screwdriver. We don't need a kitchen knife. We don't need sandpaper. I have like a 4-foot table here, and I'm working in this little 8-inch square. Okay, so let's get all these in here started to save us a little bit of time. That knife, bro. It's my it's one of my wife's kitchen knives. It's like something cheap. It's like Chicago cutlery or something ridiculous. See you, Floor. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks, everybody. Any of you guys that are new here, welcome. welcome to the chaos. Okay, so there that one started. Get this one in here. I'll just ask, did any of you guys in chat do this upgrade? Did you switch from zip ties to the holders? I'm just curious if you guys had like a similar experience to what you're seeing here, if it was a little more controlled chaos instead of just chaos. All right, so again, we're just going to start these until they're flush with the other side. Only after you did it and it goes okay. I can understand that. While we're here too, I'm just gonna press this down and make sure this is all still adhered properly. All right, now I'm gonna do these one at a time and make sure they snug up properly without any space. Oh, I hate hex wrenches. That's why hex drivers are sweet. Okay, that seemed to snug up properly. That one definitely tightened properly. I don't know how the hell I was able to pull that out before. I don't know if the screw had loosened and I didn't realize it. No, like Stefan said, this isn't going to address my adhesion issues. This will just hopefully help with the overall levelness. Is that a word? The overall levelness of my my bed. Because I don't think it was like wildly out of level. It just was a little out of level. But yeah, Patrick, this is all stuff you'll have to do during the assembly process. So let me adjust my camera. I can turn autofocus on, I guess. It has been on fixed focus, which isn't ideal, even though autofocus is the bane of my existence most days. Okay, so there we are. I think we're attached firmly. Again, you don't want to over tighten these because if you strip your riser, you've kind of gotten yourself in a situation. Okay, these all feel good. I think we're bottomed out properly. Again, we'll just double check it. We don't have any spaces between our carriage and our risers. Everything feels good. As much as I hate to, I think we're actually I'm gonna pull the belts out of over here. You see, I know it's a little bit of ways away, but our belt goes into this little tensioner block thing. I'm actually gonna pull it out here because I'd rather deal with the frustration of getting the belt back in there to make sure that these bolts, how does that go? Like this. Okay. Yeah, I'd rather deal with the frustration of getting the belts back in there and make sure that these bolts are bottoming out, because these bolts actually go through this piece. Get you back over here. These bolts actually go through this piece, through our carriage plate, and then screw into the same kind of, if you can see them in there, the same kind of risers that the corner's screwed into. So I'd rather make sure we have that right and deal with the rest of the issues in a couple minutes. Here it is. We need our big hex wrench. All right, so we'll get these in, because I think these are the ones that I mentioned earlier that were kind of humped up and causing the bump in the middle of my heat bed. because there was a little bit of space between everything wasn't pulled together tightly, and there was just a little bit of space in there. And I just want to make sure we kind of alleviate that problem. The long side, yeah, the long side goes to the belt. You see there's a long tab and a short tab. The long side goes towards the belt so it can actually go back far enough. Okay, I didn't know that, Stefan. Stefan said that you can use the G81 command to read the distances measured by the 9 probe points. That would actually be useful data to have access to. Yeah, that would give you some insight into what's going on that you normally don't have. Thanks for that. And again, you don't want to over-tighten these. I'm just making sure that I press down while I tighten them. And again, we're just going to eyeball this. It looks like we still have a little bit of a gap there. I don't know what it is with this one. Let's try it again. I know to a certain extent, I mean, we could potentially drill this hole out. I think I hate to do that, but I think I might do that. Because like I mentioned earlier, when you have something that's being threaded into multiple pieces, it's hard to eliminate gaps sometimes. I'm going to get a little drill bit and just clean that hole out a tiny little bit. I don't think I'll even attach it to a drill. I think I'll just use my fingers and just try to scrape some of that. That must be 1/8 inch. Shit, it must be. It's between 7/64 and 1/8 of an inch. But I'll use this and just kind of like angle it and try to get as much of this coating out of this hole as I can so it'll be more likely to draw down. Because I think that's where our problem is here. Hopefully that's enough to help. Because I think this is causing some of the lump in the middle of our heat bed here. And I'd really, really like to fix that problem. We definitely got rid of some of that coating. I just don't know how much I can actually get this to press down. The struggle is real. This is kind of awkward. Especially with those 2 little burns on my fingertips. They're not feeling good at this point. All right. All right, and we don't want to make that crazy tight. That's probably already tighter than I should have made it. It looks like we got it. Success. It looks like that did help cleaning that hole out. Okay. Fantastic. That makes me feel better. If nothing else, just that will make me feel like we accomplished something today. And we'll double check everything. We'll make sure our rods still slide nice. Oh, they don't really. There we go. There's a little more friction there than I would like, I gotta say. try to flex those a little bit. Give them a little bit of wiggle room. I think having some conventionally manufactured pieces right there would probably be ideal. I mean, that's not too bad. It's not really ideal, but if I do have to take this back apart and loosen those a little bit more, I'll do that on my own time, just so we can move forward here. Okay, so I think that's the heat bed issues kind of addressed. We'll, I don't want to twist my wires too much, but I just want to check my straight edge here and see if there's any... I think there's a noticeable difference there. It seems to be a little bit flatter. Not bad. Fantastic. Okay. So that's basically all we're going to do with the heat bed. So we can move on from that. So let me clean a lot of this stuff up, and we'll start checking some of our actual measurements now. the tip of that one screw melted through my felt top here. Okay. Again, let's make a little space here. I feel like I'm really cluttered. All right, and we'll leave our rods off for now, so we have a little bit of extra room. Let me shrink this a little. We're going to leave our heat bed detached, but we're going to shift everything over here. About like that. Okay. First thing I want to do is take this piece that I had printed out. All right. And then, if I recall correctly, I had printed a different mount for this Y-axis motor. I had actually printed a different one that mounts with 3 bolts, but I don't honestly know how interested I am in tearing the threaded rods out of the back. Kind of torn. I guess we'll do it. What we're looking at here, let me shift my camera. I guess that's not the best angle for that. But I'll try to explain what I'm talking about here. So if you can see this motor mount here, I guess you really can't see it all that well. I apologize. This freaking thing. Yeah, you just can't really see it that great. But I'll kind of explain it. The motor mount back there... Well, that's not right. The motor mount back here, the one that you can't see that I'm trying to explain to you, it only mounts on the back edge. It mounts in this back corner and then underneath in this back corner. And you see this front hole, there's actually nothing there. This is a piece also designed by the same person that designed the clips for the I-axis bearings. Instead of just attaching at these 2 points, it has this additional piece that comes out here and attaches to a 3rd point. The only drawback to putting this on is that this slides over the threaded rods, so we actually have to disassemble the rear corner of our machine. Oh, and I don't really feel like doing that today, unfortunately. I don't really feel like doing that. I gotta be honest. I gotta keep it real with you. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Because if you see what I'm talking about, what we'd actually have to do is these threaded rods here in the back. We'd have to take the nuts off of at least one end and the nut off of here, pull this corner completely off, then we could slide this bearing out, which we'd have to walk the nut the whole way out, which sucks. And then we could slide our new piece on, and add insult to injury. You can see this is printed with one of the, this is the orange that came with my printer. And you can see, like, this cable chain, well, this cable chain here, that it's not focusing on. This cable chain is printed with the PLA that I told you guys about, the all-in-one robotics. And this is printed with the PLA that came with my printer. And it's like, it's very peachy. It's not a very pleasant color. It looks worse on the camera than it does in person, but it doesn't really match the Prusa orange. So I think we're going to skip that for today. I don't think that's really something I feel like doing today. But what we are going to do is move on to checking our measurements now. And this is a really important part of getting your axes perpendicular. And we're going to use my super cheap eBay micrometers. I think these were like $8. They were like absurdly cheap. And they're not the most accurate, but they're accurate enough for this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take our sheet. And any of you that want this is the GitHub link in the description of this stream. What we're going to do is just double check some of these measurements and then do what it takes to get them where they should be. And I've got the 2 wrenches that came with my kit, which is all we should really need for this. And one of the things I want to check first is this all-important, this measurement here in the back. This is our Z-axis frame. This is the upright that I have my finger on here. And it should be approximately 100 millimeters from the front of this block to the back of this plate. And we will see what ours measures. And we'll zero our calipers. And we'll bring them in here. And it looks like we're at about 99.5. That was with me using this ruler, so that's actually really close. I'm surprised it's that close. .5, and the other side is 99.2. That's actually not that bad considering I was doing it with a ruler. So what we're going to do is we're going to loosen our front nut. I did make these fairly tight. So we're going to loosen our front nut and just walk that up a little bit. We'll try to get it as close to 100 as we possibly can. Ugh. Man, I made those tight. Like super tight. Holy crap. I would have never guessed I got those that tight. Would have never thought they were that tight. I'm stronger than I thought. Oh, there we go. Okay, and what we want to do is just back that front nut off because we only want to go, what did I say, 99.2. So we don't want to go very far. So we're just going to walk that front nut back a little bit and then tighten the rear one. And that should give us most of the movement that we're looking for. And you just want to be careful when you're kind of torquing on these because you don't want to slip and break something. Like if I'd slip, I could probably break my cable chain here, potentially bend my smooth rods if I'd put force on them. So we're going to make sure we don't do anything stupid like that. Something else we want to watch out for is I'm actually going to loosen that again, and we want to make sure that our Z-axis doesn't slip down. Because when we loosen this, this Z-axis frame, I don't know if you can see that moving there. We want to make sure our threaded rod is still bottomed out in our frame there. So I'm going to put my finger underneath and hold that while I tighten it. And then we'll double check our measurement and see exactly how all that moved. Because it's really easy to get movement that you don't want when you're doing this stuff. So make sure our calipers are still zeroed properly. And then we'll double check this. Well, we got a little bit of movement. We went from 99.2 to 99.4. We were being a little too conservative. So we'll loosen it again and go a little bit farther. And same deal. We want to hold the Z frame while we tighten this, make sure it's bottomed out. And then we'll tighten the nut from the back. I think that wrench has a little bit too much chrome on it. Doesn't seem to want to fit this nut all that well. All right, now we're not going to tighten that super tight yet. We'll double check our measurement. And I would imagine that's fairly close. Close-ish. That's 99.9. I guess while we're doing it, we might as well get it as close as we possibly can. I guess that's the whole point. Yeah, we'll go a little bit further. Just a hair further. Okay. And again, we want to make sure our Z-axis is bottomed out. Okay. We'll double check that, and this should be just about right. Again, we'll make sure our cheap calipers are zeroed out properly. And get a measurement on this. We actually went a little too far. But what we can do now is just loosen this back one a tiny, tiny little bit. And then we'll do most of our tightening from the front. And that should work out the little bit of difference that we have. All right, let's check that. That should be really close there, I would guess. We were, what, 0.8 millimeters off to begin with. That is giving us a measurement. I'll just show you guys there. That's our measurement if you can see it. We're at 99.99. I think we're going to leave it at that. I think that's close enough. And then we're going to tighten this from both directions to try to snug that up without actually moving the orientation. And we're going to make that fairly tight because this is one of the most important structural connections on the machine, is between the Z and the Y axis. Okay, so I think we did it. And then we're going to snug. I actually had never tightened. There's a second nut here. We're going to actually tighten that. I had never actually tightened that during assembly. That just helps prevent the nut from moving at all. Okay, so there's one of our most important measurements on the machine, and we got it really close. And what did we say it was on this side? Let me get my calipers the other direction. They're upside down, but at least I can see them. Looks like we're at 99.4, almost 0.5. So we don't have as much to move on this side, but we'll go ahead and fix it. Man, I made those tight. Like super tight. Guys, it's okay. He's only going to break his printer. Did I loosen the power supply mount first? No, I didn't. I guess I could do that. Where's my wrench at? These, part of the reason I wasn't too worried about the Joseph is these were never very tight to begin with. I was always worried about this connection torquing the frame, so I had never made them very tight because I always had a little bit of tension from the power supply to the Z-axis frame. So they were never very tight to begin with. Oh man, that's tight. There we go. Okay. Let's walk this forward a little bit. And let's see what that's showing us right there. That is 100.08. So that's pretty close. Let's see what that gives us. 100.01. All right, that's pretty damn close. I'm going to loosen these a little bit, and we'll again make sure our Z-axis frame is bottomed out. We'll try to loosen it from both sides so we don't really affect our measurement. I do have a shim. I do have these blocks that I can use that'll help bottom that out. And we'll double check our measurement, and then we'll tighten these back up. These damn things. That's like, it's such a low tolerance that it's kind of touchy. We'll try to tighten this up without moving anything too much. Try to get equal rotation out of both nuts. Now that's not really the final tightness, but we'll re-zero and we'll measure this here and see how close we got. That should be really close. That is 100 point. Well, depending on where I get the measurement. That's 100.0. What moved now, but it was 0.07. So on this final tightening, we'll just tighten the front nut a little more than the back one, and that should have us pretty much exact, or about as close as we're ever going to get. All right, that's nice and tight. And then we'll tighten our nut again back here. I think that's good. I think we got a lot closer than we were initially. And like I said, this is one of the more important measurements on the machine. Yeah, I'm not happy with that. Let's bring it back a little bit. It seems to have worked its way forward a little too much. So we're going to loosen this back nut and tighten from the front this time. Okay. Let's tighten that up and see what it gave us. So I loosened the back nut and tightened from the front a little bit. Hopefully that moved us back the tiny little bit that we needed. There we're at 99.98. I think that's close enough. We're going to leave it at that. So we'll just snug these up a tiny little bit. Our final tightness. And then tighten our secondary nut. There we go. And that's our 100 millimeters on the, like I said, that's probably the most important measurement on the machine. So if you have that set, everything else should be fairly close. Yeah, that's fairly close. I'm not dissatisfied with that. Not bad. Okay. So moving on, I know one of the other areas that this machine I know was out was with the motor in the back here and the tensioner in the front. I know these measurements are off. So let's do our best to get these correct. Because this is what was causing me issues with the belt not being perpendicular. So, according to our sheet, let's do both of them from this side. This is the power supply side. We should have approximately 66 millimeters from this piece to that piece. And I know my measurement, or I know I'm off there. And I'll have to kind of eyeball this because I can't actually get clean contact. Yeah, we're about 4 millimeters out on this. I knew this one was going to be off. So we have a moderate amount of movement to make here. And I have to kind of lift this to loosen this one. Some of these are awkward to get to. I don't think I really... Let me grab some blocks of wood here. Hopefully that's enough. But some of these are really awkward to get to. Okay, and I'm going to walk... I know you can't quite see it, but what I'm doing here is there's a zip tie down here. And I'm kind of like walking it over to the side because it's kind of in the way. And I don't really want to clip it if I don't have to. Okay, so we got that loose. Now this needs to come over here a good bit. What do we say, like 4 millimeters? So we're just going to wiggle it over. Looks like it should be right about there. So we went a little too far. Right in that neighborhood. We'll bring this nut over. Kind of start establishing actual position. That's really close right there. And then we'll measure the top separately so we keep it as straight as we can. And you can see it's kind of hard to get a place to get a good measurement on this thing. That's 64. Let me get it snugged up on this side so I can start moving it back and forth. Oh, hell, I was thinking it was 64. We're supposed to be at 66. Yeah, we got to go a little bit more. I don't know why I was thinking 64, but yeah, it has to be 66 millimeters, not 64. Okay, that's pretty close there. Like I said, it's kind of tough to get the calipers touching in there right. I'm feeling that's right about where we want to be. That's 66.06. I know you guys can't really see the calipers, but that's pretty close. We were like 4 millimeters off, so being a couple hundredths off is a big improvement. And then we'll check the top, since it is possible to have these kind of out of square to itself on the rods. Just get these kind of snug and start tightening them. See where we're at still. All right, that looks pretty good. I think we're going to tighten from this side because we're a tad over. So if we draw down from this side, that should help us sort that out. And we'll double check before we get too crazy. Oh, that's really close. 65.99 and 66.01.03. It's fluttering a little bit. That's not too bad. I'm happy with that. And again, we'll get a wrench on each side, and we'll try to tighten this without getting more rotation out of one side than the other, and that'll help it like stay in position. Again, these wrenches are kind of huge for the amount of clearance you have in here. So I'm actually going to have to lift this up a little. And just a little bit of movement out of each side until you get it tightened. And then we'll go to the top ones. All right, that is significantly closer than we were to begin with. Okay, and we'll just double check. 66.05 and about 66.01 to 04. Not bad. Good. Very good. That is an improvement over what we had before, and that's like the whole goal of this, is just to get it closer than it was. Because you're never going to quite get perfection in a setup like this where there's so much room for play. So we're just trying to get it as close as it was, because you have to keep in mind my printer was already printing successfully. So this is just fine tuning. So now we're going to move to the front and do the same exact thing. Let's swing the heat bed around here, and we can kind of set this in place just so it's not taking up quite so much space. It looks like this one's going to be a little bit easier to get measurements off of, just because we have a bigger piece here in the center. But same deal. Same exact deal. The front, it looks like it should be 66.5 from either side. And we never actually did check. Our internal side-to-side measurements here are supposed to be 152. And it looks like I cannot believe that. We are like dead on. Me with a ruler apparently got that dead on. I actually can't improve that at all. I'm at 152.02. I can't believe that. That was with this ruler. So I got that within 200ths of a millimeter. That is not bad. Okay, so we actually don't have to fool with that at all. That is fantastic. We will check the tightness on these nuts while we're here, just to make sure that we're still like, you know, our printer still has a nice solid structure. But yeah, we actually can improve the overall dimensions of that at all, really. Yeah, and while we're checking that, we'll check the back. I can't believe how close that was. I'm shocked. I just would have assumed that was off. I would be shocked if the back was that close. Ha! That's even closer. How did I do that? That is 152 millimeters exactly. I have no idea how I managed that. I know I was being a little bit anal with some of the measurements when I was doing the installation, but yeah, the back is 152 exactly. So I really have no doubts at all that we're going to be perpendicular after this. That is fantastic. Holy crap. Okay. Go me. So up here we should be at 65 and a half. And again, my LCD on my thing is... this actually isn't that off. We're at 65.2. So this is actually relatively close also. So hopefully this sorts out the problem I had with the belt rubbing a little bit. Because it did make a little bit of noise during prints. Wish my damn LCD was on the other side. All right, so there's 65.6. Again, we'll get this as close as we can without fooling with it too much. $164, I don't weigh too much. Or, oh, I was in the washer, I think. 165.6 again. See what that gives us. $65.2. I keep getting in the washer. There we go. 65.4. Am I on something? 65.5. All right. And again, we'll tighten that up with getting as little side-to-side movement as we can. So we'll just try to tighten it evenly from both directions. And that seemed like that went okay. I think I made it too tight and I can't swivel it back up now. Unfortunately, I think that's going to walk us one direction, so we're probably a little bit off now. No, we're still at 64.98. That's fine. I'm fine with that. So, okay. So that's pretty much it. I'm going to check the tightness on some of these corners and stuff, but beyond that, I think we've got our measurements where they need to be. Well, I guess we are skipping some. The problem is that this is one of the measurements we can't actually get very accurately. I can check it with the ruler, but my calipers, we're supposed to have 185 millimeters from the back of this piece to the front of our Z-axis, and I actually don't have a means to do that with the calipers that I have. Just eyeballing that, it looks almost dead on. So I think it's close enough that we really don't have to concern ourselves with it. Both sides look really good. Again, I think that was just dumb luck. Because even during assembly, I really didn't have a way to measure that beyond using my ruler. But that looks good. Like Ryan said, it doesn't matter. Let me catch up on chat. I guess I have been like tunnel visioning here. Oh, thanks for stopping in, Butthurt. I know this wasn't the most exciting stream, but this is important stuff. Yeah. Like I said, I know this isn't the most exciting stream. I do thank you guys for checking it out. But this is more just something that is important for MK2 users to do. Like, this is something I should have done before, and I just kind of like put it off for a while. So this is going to be useful to some users, and a lot of you, if you don't have an MK or two, or you've already gotten like your calibration close enough that it doesn't matter. Like, I know some of you guys won't care about this too much, but no, I do thank all you guys for sitting here and chatting with me and stuff. Tony, somebody tell Nilla that those parts are made of plastic when he's tightening those nuts. I know it might look like I'm really torquing down on them. They are made of plastic, but they're 100% infill, and they have big old washers on them. So like I'm not really depressing even these big ones that it looks like I was torquing on. I'm not putting as much force on them as it looks like. I'm just trying to like tense my muscles up, so I'm using controlled force. I'm not really like putting that all on the wrenches. I'm just doing that. It looks worse than it is. If I was cranking down real bad, I would have already broken something by now. But haven't had that happen yet, luckily. So the next step, I guess I'm gonna snug up the bolts in the rear back here, and then we'll basically be done with the main frame. Because some of these I know haven't been checked since assembly. Yeah, like that one wasn't super tight in the back. And a lot of these will just like make sure that your machine is square for the long term. Because you don't want to go through all this bother and then like move your machine one time and it kind of gets out of whack. Yeah, like that back corner was a little bit loose. So it is worth checking this stuff. But you're right, you don't want to be torquing down on these real bad. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. And then we're just going to snug up. Again, my power supply bolts in the back corner here were never all that tight. So I'm just going to snug those up because I don't want to be pulling my Z-frame out of square. Because if you tighten these, it is pulling back on the power supply a little bit. So yeah, we don't want to be torquing that down. All right, now this is going to kind of suck. I got to say, this part's going to kind of suck. So we got to put our heat bed back in here. And we're going to put it back the way we took it off. I'm going to clean these rods off. Because with the IGUS bushings, we don't want any lubricant on these. So I did get a little bit of oil on my fingers and stuff. And we're going to get as much of that off as possible because that'll actually increase friction, not reduce it. So we're going to put our rods back in our bushings here. And then we're going to put our heat bed back in place. And you can see all these rods snap in the corners into the plastic pieces and then have zip ties on top of them. So we're going to snap those in. There we go. I'm going to click the heat bed chain links back into place. And put this piece back on here. And we'll start to slowly reassemble this. Get this bad boy going again. Oh, I need my Phillips screwdriver. What did I do with that? I know I set it to the side angrily. All right, there we go. What's our time looking like? Looks like it's about 4 o'clock. Because, like usual, I'll have to leave to get my daughter at about 4:40. So we'll try to wrap this up here. Our bed slide's okay. Our bed slide's okay. It's not that bad. Let me turn this off for the time being. So what we're going to have to... Well, I guess I will need it. What we're going to have to do now is attach the belt back to the heat bed. And this is not going to be the most fun part of this process. But like I mentioned earlier, I was willing to make this trade-off to make sure that we got the those bolts in the heat bed sunk in as well as we could. So it is what it is. I think it was worth the trade-off. This is going to be a little bit of a pain. Any of you guys that aren't familiar with this little booger down here, this is our belt tensioner assembly kind of doodad. And our belt goes into this, kind of loops over itself, and then interlocks with the teeth in itself. And we'll also have to readjust our pulley now that we're in the correct orientation finally. So we'll try to get this end in first, because this end kind of matters the most, because there should be very little belt sticking out the back here, so that this bed assembly can get the whole way to the back and hit our little micro switch in the back. So we'll deal with this one first. It looks like we're going to be something about like this. And you just like grab it, pinch it, interlock the teeth together, and then we have to slip it in this loop through the slot thing. And it's a little awkward. You guys can stare at the top of my bald head. Wow, I get frustrated with this thing. I did not get that. Oh, it's so awkward, because it would be nice if this faced up, but you can't really set the machine on the other side. So let's get it over the loop there. Looks like we're going to interlock another couple teeth. That should be good. Get it over the loop in the center. And then slide it in the slot coming out the back. Sounds so easy. There we go. Okay. So we got it in there. And the best thing to use is a little pair of like needle nose pliers that don't have teeth that are too aggressive on it. And you can actually grab this. Let me move the heat bed forward. I guess I can't. I had a block here. And you can grab this and pull any of the excess out of that block, because we don't want any play in there. Want this to be as tight as possible. Okay, so that's one side. So we want to make sure it's looped over our gear in the back. And then it has to come over the idler in the front. And then the same deal. This is going to loop over about like that. And the tough thing is, again, like we adjust the tension by adjusting how much this overlaps on itself. So you kind of just need to get it in there, get an idea of how tight the belt's going to be, and then if like you need it to be tighter, you can overlap a couple more teeth. If it needs to be looser, you can reduce the overlap by a couple teeth, and that is not quite going in there right. Like I said, it's easiest to once you have it overlapped, grab it with a pair of pliers, but that's easier said than done sometimes. Especially at the weird angle you got to come in here at. Not my favorite design choice here. I wish they had made this in a way that somehow these two pieces were separate. Like you had the piece that was affixed to the heat bed, and then you had the piece that was affixed to the belts, and then maybe they would bolt together. Because the way to make this easier is to actually take these bolts out, then we have like better access to the piece. But then at the same time, like we're... should the motor be loosened? Oh, I love you guys. Oh, this is why I love having chat. See, I kind of get wrapped up in things and I forget to do that stuff. You guys are absolutely right. What you can do is loosen this back motor bolt. I'll just explain briefly what we're doing here. The motor is attached with 2 bolts. So what we can do is if we remove this one, thank you so much. You just saved me a bunch of aggravation. We can take this bolt out, right? That allows us to rotate the motor forward, and you can see it brings the pulley in a little bit, which gives us a little bit more belt to work with, and we don't have to have everything under tension. Thank you so much for that. Chat is OP. You were not lying. Chat is totally OP. Okay. Yeah, that makes this quite a bit less frustrating. Still frustrating, but less frustrating. Oh, it's so hard to... Okay, so there we kind of got it. And now you kind of just need to play with it. That's what she said. And we don't want a bunch of tension on here. That seems about right, I think. Maybe one more. Like I said, we'll pull this out intact. See how many teeth you have overlapping, and then we'll shift it 1 tooth. And that should probably be enough to add enough tension that we're going to be okay. Okay, there we go. Very good. And then we're just going to kind of eyeball this and put these belts up in far enough that they kind of overlap each other properly. So our belt runs true. So that seems about right. And again, we're going to use our pliers, get a hold of that, and pull as much of the play out of that tensioning block as we can. And then it feels like... Let me line the bolt hole up. I guess that's okay. That might be a little too much tension, maybe. Maybe not. It's kind of hard to gauge the tension. You kind of just have to have a feel for it. Let me put the bolt back in and see how that feels. But yeah, thank you. That takes a lot of the aggravation out. Because it makes it harder to have the whole thing under tension the whole time. Okay, so we'll snug that up. And then I guess that feels okay. Our belt's definitely binding a little bit, but that's kind of the next step in the process. Is that you can see our little toothed gear here has a pair of set screws. And we'll rotate it to get to the other one. And what we want to do is move this up a little bit, it looks like. So what we can do is move this to the back. And the closer this plate gets to the back, the more you can see where the belt is actually going to ride. And it looks like... let's bring it to the front and see what it looks like. Looks like we should probably have our belts up in the tensioner a little bit farther. I think that'll help. We'll take our little wrench here and just work that up a bit farther. You can see some of this is fiddly work for sure. Some of this is pretty aggravating. You kind of just have to be patient. There's really no other way to deal with it. So thanks for bearing with me. All right. See what it looks like back here. Not sure what the deal is. I don't know if I maybe... I'm trying to think if my gear's facing the right way. I think I might have flipped it when I was having problems earlier. Let's take a look at that. I have the instructions pulled up here. No, it looks like it's oriented the correct way. But if you guys can see, I'll move this down here and you can see a little bit better. Hopefully you can see a little bit better, that is. Focus. Focus. Ah. When we move this back, the belt's kind of rubbing on that thick part of the pulley, but we can't really move it any closer to the motor. So I'm thinking we just need to still... in this part here, I think we need to get the belt a little bit farther up in there. So what we're going to do is take our bolt back out of our motor, and it'll give us a little bit more leeway. You guys can hear it. I think it might be a little bit too tight. I think we could probably take one more tooth out of the overlap in the belt. Because this doesn't need to be exceptionally tight. It just needs to be snug. So let's relieve the tension on that. And then, again, we'll just try to work that belt up in here as much as we can. I really wish I could get a different angle on this. But it's hard to set the machine down on the other side. I'm just going to kind of hold it here while I work these down in, just to save some time. And I'll pull this out, and we'll put a little bit extra length. I'll let one tooth slip back. to make the belt a little bit looser. Not really that much of a change, but it will affect it a little bit. Be just a little bit looser. All right, then I'm going to use my Allen wrench and press that down in this block as far as I can get it. All right, that looks better, I think. All right, that looks better. All right. Well, not quite all right. Let me get this a little bit more. Okay, good enough. Now I'll switch it back. 'Cause can't really keep it on that side because the shape's just too awkward to really like support it. And after squaring everything up, we really don't want to manipulate our machine in weird angles too much. We don't want to undo any of the hard work we've already done. So now we're going to move this back here again and see if that orients any differently. You can see there, we have like a 1/4 inch. Like that does look better. We have a lot more distance between the motor and the pulley because the pulley's loose, remember? We're kind of just like letting it go where it kind of wants to go. And it looks like if we tighten it up right about there, it should be fine. But yeah, this doesn't look too bad overall. I think we'll go ahead and put our bolt back in our motor. Our belt's definitely under less tension. Nilla, check the chat way above if anything about the printable. Oh, a good printable vise. I've seen a couple cool designs. I just have had so much other stuff I'm trying to print that I haven't really had an opportunity to do anything like that. But I wouldn't mind a printed one, but I would really like to have a nice little, like smaller bench vise, because like I use these little helping hand things for holding boards to solder them, and like there's a company called PINDA, which you guys probably have heard of. They make nice little bench vices that you can mount to your work table or work surface that have attachments for that kind of stuff, and it really makes things easy. I mean, that's better. We'll quit while we're ahead. All right. Line our grub screw up. And tighten her down. Not super tight, but my finger's sore, so use a little mechanical assistance. And then we'll get the other one so the grub doesn't end up walking out and get lost. All right, so that's the rear. You can see that looks like that track's okay. I know my basement's distracting back there, but it looks like our belt's tracking okay on the pulley. Focus. Focus. There we go. But it's more or less staying centered. There, it lost focus. Freaking autofocus. I hate you. And our front looks okay. So I think we're good. I think that wasn't quite as big of a pain as I was expecting it to potentially be. Yeah, focus, you fack. Autofocus is like the worst technology. Okay, so let's get this. I don't think I'm overlooking anything. The only thing we didn't really get to yet was the adhesion problem. Fix my cable chain here. The last thing we want to do is make sure we reinstall the zip ties that go in these front corners, which I have some to do that somewhere. I have 3 of them here. I have some. Let me grab some out of my desk over here. All right, I'll quit tunnel visioning. I was tunnel visioning really bad. No, thanks you guys in chat. I know I haven't been following chat all that closely like I normally do, but I do appreciate the couple tips that you guys reminded me of. Like I said, I can't believe I forgot to take the bolt out of the motor. That's like a really basic part of maintaining that area with the belt at all. But so we're going to put our zip ties back on here, and that's fairly straightforward. There's little slots in here. You guys will deal with that during assembly. There's little slots, they slide through and just come up over top these rods. And it actually does matter. It actually does matter. The topic came up when we were dealing with this cable chain on the heat bed. And I think Aaron was of the opinion that you can cut it off and it's not that big of a deal, but my rear rod actually doesn't fit in the block super tight, so the zip tie actually makes a fairly big difference. Because you can move the back corner of my bed, like the rod will actually lift if the zip tie isn't there and tight. So I've gotten in the habit of actually tightening these pretty tight because they help hold the rods down. So I'll get a hold of these guys and actually tighten them pretty good. Okay, trim the excess off. Okay, I think... Do you guys think... Can you guys think of anything that I'm overlooking? I think we put everything back together. I think everything's good. I do want to pop the Rambo open. I want to pop the Rambo case open. And just double check really quick that all of our wires are seated properly. And we'll move the print head over. But anytime you manipulate the machine a lot, it's probably not a bad idea to just pop this open and make sure all of your cables are still seated nicely. Because it only takes a second. Just make sure everything's in place and the connectors are in the whole way. It's mostly worried about the extruder and the heat bed because they actually have a moderate amount of current. Okay, everything looks good. You see, that only takes a second. It's definitely worth doing. All right, very good. I think we're about done. I think we're about out of time, too. Yeah, we have about 15 minutes, and then I'm going to have to dash out and get my daughter. So, like I said, does anybody in chat... Can you guys think of anything that I'm overlooking getting this back together? I think we covered everything. We've got our belt back in place. We never disconnected any wires, so we don't have to worry about that. We retightened everything. I can't lift the front cover of my bed off anymore. That's a plus. Clean the bed. You're right, Dawn. We do need to clean the bed. But what I wanted to do was go ahead and start redo our XYZ calibration. Yeah, like Stefan said, wait 15 minutes for a full XY. How's the play on the bed? Better than it was. Like, obviously there's a tiny little bit, but I can feel a noticeable difference from before. So, very good. Now I feel a little bit more confident about everything now. Since I've let some time pass, we've done some printing. We've done a lot of printing. That's why I need to do my review. I would guess I probably have, I don't know, probably easily 300 to 500 hours of printing on this machine. Do you have to check on the MK2 if the X-axis rods are at exactly the same Z height? I don't think so, Meester. The only thing you really do is you bottom them out upwards. But yeah, beyond that, I don't. There's really nothing we do to double check that. I guess I could snug all these things up. Probably not a bad idea. Same with the motor mounts. I don't think any of these things are going to like back out, but it doesn't hurt to tighten them every once in a while. Just check everything. Regular scheduled maintenance. You can hear those snapping, which means they were seated and weren't moving. So, no, everything seems good. I know one thing we wanted to do was, I can turn this back on. There's 2 metal washers in here, and I don't remember what size they were exactly. So I got 2 different sizes at Lowe's. There are 2 washers in here that are metal, and they vibrate a little bit. And they're one of the few remaining noisy parts of this machine, so I got 2 nylon ones to replace them. We can go ahead and do that quick. But you see on this little idler, it's going to focus. You prick. On this little idler, there's 2 metal screws on either side, or metal washers, and they vibrate a little bit, and they make a little bit of a rattle. And I got nylon ones that I hope they're the right size. I couldn't remember. They're too small. Damn it. I was thinking they were bigger, or yeah, I was thinking that thing was smaller than that. So I got nylon washers that are too small. Crap, they're so close too. I wonder if I can just drill them out. Because I do want to put them on there, because then this machine's working its way to being very silent. Or very quiet, I should say, not very silent. Yeah, oh, they're so close. I'm drilling them out. We're drilling them out. Where's my Dremel? We have these little, they're actually little polishing stones, but I should be able to use them to just like grind that out a tiny little bit. Might as well do that while we're messing with stuff. All right, I think we got it. I think that was easy. All right, yeah, this is going to eliminate one of the few remaining little noises this machine makes besides the fan. The fan still does make noise, but we're whittling away at it. So all these are is tiny little nylon washers. And we're just going to slip them on here and replace the metal ones that were on here before. Very good. They even fit pretty decent for just being Dremeled. But you see, we just replaced the 2 metal ones with 2 little nylons. Pop that guy back in here. And one more source of noise eliminated. Fantastic. And just while we're in here, you can see everything looks normal in here. Everything's clean. We don't have any shavings or anything weird. So that all looks good. And we'll get our tensioners back in here. All right, I've been wanting to do that for a while now. All right, and we can tweak the tension on that once we have filament back in the machine. Okay, very cool. Okay, so now I think we're gonna get power over here. Luckily, I have a nice long cord for the printer. So we're going to get power hooked up. And hey, it still works. All right, so our printer still works. That's cool. That's always a plus. So I think we'll just come right in here and do our calibration. I don't think we need to do the self-test. But we can go ahead and do it quick. Spinning. Spinning. That fan makes noise occasionally. But it is spinning. It's going to check the end stops quick. Checking the hot end. But everything should be okay. I don't think we've frayed any wires or anything. All right. All right, it's funny I move it now. I can't see the screen. Checking the bed. I don't know if you guys can see it. The LED's back on here, back here. So our bed still works. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I'm gonna go ahead and rub the bed down with this 1500 grit, and we'll wipe it off with acetone. And then I'll kind of just have to report back to you guys like how that works out. I know this is wet sanding paper, but I'm just going to give it a real brief rub here. Oh, that's roughing it up. Definitely doesn't look as pretty anymore, but hopefully stuff sticks. I guess maybe if I do the whole thing at least, it'll look uniform. Well, we're definitely balls deep on this strategy now. There's no going back. All right. That is not as pretty as it once was. Not as pretty as it once was. All right. Unfortunately, I think I'll have to do like I did before. Use a flat block. I probably should have. But I was being very, very gentle. Very gentle with that sandpaper. It's just like barely scuffing the surface. And then give it a good wipe with acetone. All right, very good. Okay, self-test. Self-test was okay. All right, so now we're going to do the XYZ. Now it's having us, if you guys haven't done this before, it has you put the Z-axis the whole way to the top. And a little pro tip here, do it in small steps. Yeah, do it in small steps, because if you go cranking the knob a lot, you'll get up here to the top and it'll still have a lot of movement to go. And we just want to do it to hear, you guys hear that noise? It's the steppers actually skipping steps. So when you get it up there, it'll ask you to confirm it. And we're underway. Acetone and live printer. Boom! Yeah. Man, I don't know what the deal is anymore. There is like a crazy delay. But that's actually those screws making noise that you can hear. There we go. What did he do to keep the bed in place? How do you mean floor? But here we're starting our self-test, and it looks like everything's all right. Everything seems normal. Yeah, I wasn't, Tony. I was just taking a couple turns out of those. I wasn't actually putting any pressure on the print head, so we're good. But yeah, I'm gonna let it do its thing now. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to run and get my daughter. I'll let the stream up, and I'll let this finish doing its thing. And I'll put the other camera here. I'll have to bring the gain down a lot. But I'll set the other camera up here. And tweak the settings so that's not quite as blown out. Here we go. It's not too bad. But like I said, I'll have to go pick my daughter up. I have about 5 minutes here. But yeah, I'll leave this up, and hopefully all goes well. I wouldn't imagine there would be any problems. I don't think we had any problems like that going on. But yeah, I'm going to run and get my daughter, and I'll come right back. It only takes me about 10 minutes to go pick her up, so it's not too bad. But you guys can stay informed. And if, I guess at least if anything terrible happens, there'll be somebody here to see it, so it won't be a total waste. But yeah, I'm gonna run quick. I'm going to. I'll leave 2 companions here to keep an eye on things. Let me go grab them quick. He'll easily be as entertaining as I am. There we go. He can keep an eye on things. But yeah, guys, I gotta run, so I'll be back in a little bit. But like I said, 10 minutes, maybe 15 tops, I'll be back. So hopefully all is well when I return. Oh, and I guess I'll say, any of you guys that are gonna head out, since we're basically done, I'll do a little bit when I get back here. But thanks everybody for hanging out for a while. I do appreciate it. It makes things like this, like if I was doing this by myself, it would have been a lot more frustrating. So yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. If you haven't subbed already, oh, and YouTube crap. If you haven't subbed already, consider it. And then if you guys have subbed, if you haven't, is it done already? Oh no, okay, we gotta do that. Any of you guys that didn't know, because I've had people ask me about why it doesn't alert you to when I'm streaming. There's basically 2 levels of subscribing anymore. Like, you have to subscribe to a person, and then there's that stupid little bell thing that you have to, like, you have to click on the bell and, like, choose to get alerts for a channel, and it's kind of stupid now. But yeah, any of you guys wondering why you weren't getting alerts, you have to, like, click on the bell if you want it to tell you when I'm streaming and stuff. So if you haven't done that, again, consider doing it, because it'll actually let you know instead of you having to, like, kind of stumble on the stream. So yeah, thanks everybody. I'll be back in a little bit if you're still here. If you're not, thanks for stopping by anyway. And I'll see you Thursday, probably, if I don't see you before then. So thanks everybody. What the heck? What did you guys do? What did you guys do to my printer? XY skewed severely. What?
What happened to my
What the hell?
What the hell?
Don't say that. Don't say that, dear. Yeah, what happened? Holy crap.
What didn't work?
Skewed severely? Here, do you want some Legos? Here, don't dump them out, though. You have your little house here. Have your little car for a minute. Yeah, what the heck, guys? Well then. Skewed severely, it says. Severely. Well, I guess at least it still all works. Huh. X and Y skewed severely. You should, Yeah, you guys are right. I should, who said that? Let me see who said that. Stefan is right. I do have a glass sheet I use here.
Now.
It's severe. I can't believe that. But I do have this piece of glass here. Son of a biscuit. Bust out the speed square. Oh, man. Let me... I never did eyeball this. Yeah, I see it. I see it. It is skewed. Well, then. How did we do all that and we're worse off than when we started? Man, I have a mess in here. I have a mess in here. That is right. Where's my hex wrench? I can't find it. I wonder if it's, here it is. I wonder if it's from tightening. It could be the case that our, the power supply corner is not that lined up. Let me, I'm gonna loosen these. Let me shift the camera a little bit too. I'm gonna loosen the screws on the back corner near the power supply and see if there's any tension on that. I never really did check that. Oh yeah, there was a bit of tension on that. How did we manage this, guys? Let's double check some measurements here, just to make sure nothing got the X-rod alignment. How do we fix the X-rod alignment, though? I mean, if our measurements are whatever they're going to be here, surely that matters more than eyeballing that. Yeah, okay, so on this side, we're 100.02. And on this side, we're 100.01. I mean, we really couldn't ask to be much closer than that. How is it so out of whack? Huh. Isn't that some crap? Well, what do you guys think I should do next? Well, I know, like, yeah, that's not the only distance that matters. I know that. Yes, it's we. We did this together. That's we. It's as much your fault as it is mine, everybody here. Yes, the power supply is fully loosened now. But we still have a pretty wicked skew here. I'd say it's a good 2 millimeters. I would say this side's forward a good 2 millimeters. Huh. And you need the smooth rods to not be bent. Run it again. We can run it again here, but I don't think just running it again is going to fix it, because I can eyeball this and see that it's a little wonky. It's a little wonky. I can tell you that. Wonky, not lonky. Yeah, huh. Huh. Isn't that something? Yeah, I mean, the whole thing, it feels fairly solid on the glass. So I don't think it's anything simple like it's torqued or anything. It feels good. It just doesn't look good. I can see it, though. Like, if I line... you guys can't see this, but if I line the heat bed, the back of the heat bed up with the two smooth rods, it's the same distance the lines are off by. This back rod's sticking out about 2 millimeters, I'd say. Yeah, it's right about 2 millimeters out. So... trying to think of what we'd tweak to adjust that. Last time I did have a similar problem, but it wasn't quite this far off. Use a square. I know that, Ryan. I'm trying to think of, like, I guess we need to bring... one of the corners in. Again, we're gonna have to eyeball all of this because I can't quite get it in here right. But yeah, it's about 2 millimeters. I'm just trying to think. I guess we could bring this front corner out a little bit. I hate to start tweaking these nuts again. But I think if we bring this front corner out a little bit, how do directions work here? But I'm gonna loosen this front and tighten it from behind.
I have to go pee.
You have to go pee. You just peed. Why don't you hold on a minute, girl? We're doing super serious business here.
I like your robot.
That is closer. We'll go a little bit more that this way. That looks a lot better in the back. Yeah, that's a whole lot closer. Maybe when I was tightening these corners, I kind of tightened one of these more one direction than the other. So we'll take a little bit out of this corner and then take the rest out of this other back corner, I think. This one's a little hard to get to, but we'll still get it out of here. Let me bring it to the edge. Yeah, I was not expecting this when I got back. I thought we'd all be celebrating our smashing success. Are you sure your daughter's only 2? Yes, she's... How old are you, Carly? How old are you?
2.
See, she confirms it. She's smarter than I am, so... Alright, again, we're just eyeballing this, but... It looks better. We're going to go a little bit farther back here. It just seems funny to me that we got the 100 millimeters so close, and surely it's out now. Surely we're closer to like 101 millimeters. Hey, you know how to sing it right. That looks a lot closer. I gotta say, that looks a lot closer. Did you mention cheap calipers? Yes, but the thing is all of our measurements, like, these are cheap calipers, but I don't think they're, like, wildly inaccurate. And we were significantly closer after doing these changes than we were when we started, so I don't think we can chalk it all up to cheap calipers. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't at all be surprised if these were, you know, a few thousandths off. But, yeah. Or a few hundredths, I mean. I wouldn't be surprised if they were a few hundredths off, but I'd be surprised if they were tenths of a millimeter off. Move the frame, not the corner. Well, we've already done that, okay? We've already done all our hard work. Let me double check that 100 millimeters here. See how much we shifted it. Well, see, the thing is, I can't change the 100 millimeters on the Rambo side without moving the corner. Now that I've moved the corner, we can shift it. Because we're at 100.4 now. Yeah, we're rated like 100.4. So I think if I do it now, we might be more square. Because yeah, it still looks, we're still off about the same amount. See, the problem is now is it's we'll go ahead and turn this off, take power out. Hey Carly, why don't you keep it down a little bit, girl? Just a hair. You've been going since I picked you up. All right, so we'll shift this a little bit. I said we're gonna do it when your mom gets home. Yeah? Why don't you go check out the Legos?
Okay.
Yeah, you don't gotta be a little fussy pants.
Can I have this?
Monkey, you can take the monkey.
Okay.
Oh man, why'd I make these so tight? Who's tightening things around here? I didn't think I even tightened this nut that much. Alright, so we're going to loosen the back nut and then tighten the front one a little bit. Oh my goodness. Who's the idiot that made these so tight? Daddy make them too tight?
Yeah.
Did I?
Yes, you did.
It feels like it.
Why did you pee in your undies?
I didn't pee in my undies. Son of a bitch.
Look, that big monkey
This is where something's gonna go wrong.
Let's go upstairs and pee. Pee.
This is where something's gonna go wrong, guys.
Now I gotta change the
Freaking thing. Feels like I put Loctite on him. Okay, so we're loose. Note to self, don't make things so tight. Alright, so now we're in business. Okay, so now we're going to loosen the back nut and try to eyeball it, trying to go about 2 millimeters like it seemed like we're out up top. And I guess I can come over here and try to eyeball this. Honestly, I think I went a little too far. Yeah, I went a little bit too far. Finally, the hammer. Yeah, we finally got the hammer in on this. Finally, the hammer entered the picture. I'm just trying to get this close before I tighten it. I don't know. I think we're wonking everything up here, unfortunately. What are you doing over there? Tearing the place to pieces. Oh, these wrenches are so huge in these confines here. Let's see if we're getting close. I feel like we're moving hardly at all. My poor machine.
Your poor machine.
My poor machine. That is right. My poor beautiful printer. Oh, it looks like we're getting close there. Just kind of eyeballing it. Yeah, unfortunately, Martin, when you run the check, it just tells you that you're skewed. Looks like our camera's deciding to throw a fit here. We're done with that anyway. Let's see what that looks like. That's pretty close. It's pretty close. I can't imagine how much we screwed up our 100 millimeters, though. It has to be a good bit off now.
Yes, you did. Why? Because you did.
Yeah, we're like 98.9 now.
Because I did. Why? Because
Use a ruler from the x-axis to the bed. Do you mean like this?
sometimes you do.
It's pretty close. We're getting pretty close.
We're pretty close.
Getting pretty close. I guess this does matter more than any of the other stuff. So right there, we're just at the back of the line. I think that's about dead on. I don't hear Mommy. She'll be here soon, but she's not here yet. Alright, so let's tighten this back up. And not tighten it like a crazy person.
Oh, you painted it. Now you can't wear it anymore. You painted it.
Looks like I've introduced some new vocabulary to my daughter today. Awesome.
Now you can't wear that. And then seconds go.
That's pretty close. That's really close. Like if I take a ruler across the two smooth rods and line it up just to the back of that line, it is nearly identical on both sides of the heat bed. That's just touching the back of the line. Just touching the back of the line. It's pretty close. Pretty good. I think we'll go half turn and a half turn. What are you doing, girl? What do you want me to do? Quit tearing that apart. That's the help you need, is you need to quit tearing that apart. That's my advice. Why don't you just play with it? Quit picking the tape off of it. That's what's holding it together.
I want the tape.
I'm going to take it from you if you don't stop. That's not yours. You shouldn't be tearing it apart. I know you tore the other one apart. I took it from you too, didn't I? She is disassembling the basement down here. Oh, thanks, Tony. See ya. Thanks for hanging out with me and dealing with this whatever you'd call this. All right. So I think I feel good about that. Stop it, Carly. No sense in that. Okay, that seems good. So you guys think the 100 millimeters is kind of an irrelevancy? I'll see what it is just to... Yeah, we're at 98.5 now. We definitely took a chunk out of that. Okay. So everything seems good. Our Z-axis frame looks like it's level to the glass plate. The printer feels like it's sitting firmly on the plate. We actually don't have too much of a gap back here at the corner with the power supply mount, so I think I will actually tighten that up. They're just rotating that on the back threaded rod. That actually is touching now, so we'll go ahead and snug those up. And I guess we'll run our XYZ again. And I will go entertain my daughter for a little bit. Hopefully this is the end of this journey here. Power? Hey-yo.
Hey, don't say yo.
I said hey-yo.
Hey, yo.
We're gonna fix it. There's your mama. Yeah, hopefully this is the end of this journey. This has been not a super long day, but all right, guys. I'm gonna leave it again. My camera was kind of freaking out on me. Well, it appears to be okay now. So, yeah, we got it to the top. It looks like... Ooh, I wouldn't be surprised if it's telling us it can't reach the back points. It looks close, because you can kind of eyeball where the points are. And it looks like it's hitting the back micro switch before it gets the whole way back, but we'll see. I'm gonna let this run again for a little while, and go make a pizza. Carly, hold on. Shh, keep it down, girl. All right, guys, I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, guys. the loudest kid in the universe. All right. So what's going on here? Oh God. Now what's it doing? Is it redoing it? Like watching paint dry. Yeah, the printer is enough to move the table around. Because it does have a fair... It's one of the things that some people don't like about the direct drive system, is it does have a stepper motor here on the x-axis, so it does have a bit of mass when it moves. So yeah, you do get some momentum there. You're betting severely skewed again. Well, aren't you an optimist? I am too, honestly. I think XY to each other should be okay this time. What does it say? Front point's not reachable. That's what I said, unfortunately. Shit. Unfortunately, that's not surprising. Damn it. Yeah, damn it. I'm not surprised by that, unfortunately. It's like I said, when you could kind of eyeball those front PINDA probes, or those front PINDA markers. It didn't look like it was making it back far enough before it hit the sensor. Because I can kind of eyeball that now. It's hitting the sensor before it, like... Yeah, shit. I guess... Yeah, exactly what Lee just said. I think I have to move the back nuts an equal amount and push the whole assembly forward on the threaded rods. Yeah, it's disappointing that in the design they let so little tolerance for that, because it shouldn't be that close. I think you only have a couple millimeters of tolerance in the back there. Shit, I hate to have to mess with this again. Damn it. So we're gonna power down, unplug, set it on its side. I swear to God, if we do all this and we're still like left with a slightly skewed, I'm gonna pull the little bit of remaining hair I have out. And it's on my face. Oh, thanks, Martin. Thanks for hanging with me as long as you did. I don't know if that's actually going to do it, though, because I can't really, like, move the power supply side up because it's kind of stuck to the power supply, so we only have, I don't know, we only have a tiny little bit of adjustment there. Yeah. We need a little profanity. I have to set your 100 to 102 or I can't reach the calibration points. Yeah, it's fine. Like if you guys have to head out, that's fine. This was not supposed to be, like most of my streams, was not supposed to take this long. I'm kind of surprised that we're still here messing with this. You now firmly believe in zip ties. This actually isn't a zip tie problem. This is... I ran into this the first 2 times I calibrated this. I had this problem when I initially assembled the kit, and then I had this problem again when I did the disassembly and reassembly to install the I-axis bearings. But, yeah, so I loosened the power supply. I guess we'll try it. I wish it would, like, tell you a little sooner in the calibration process that, hey, we're not going to be able to finish this. Derp. Can I adjust the end stop? I don't think so. I think I've already... I think I already milked that for all it's worth before. I can try it here. It makes you just want to, like, Dremel out the holes in the end stop and move it back. No, the end stop was already completely bottomed out. But I just think it's kind of a stupid element of this design that there's so little tolerance for this, because I don't know why they couldn't have had a little bit of a buffer room in the axis. Tis a little frustrating, yeah. Just a little bit. Yeah, I can see, I know you guys can't really see, but there's little circles where the PINDA probe is, like, trying to hit. And I can hear the micro switch activating just a little sooner than it should. I'm just trying to think. We could move... What we really need to do is move everything on the threaded rods forward, but that's, like, easier said than done. And it's especially frustrating when we just went through the bother of, like, calibrating everything, and now we essentially have to loosen everything up and move it. And it's a little bit frustrating. I guess I can try just moving this corner and see if we can get away with that. Because if I move this something. Oh my god, I hate to do this. Fork, it's like we're starting over almost. This is a little disheartening, I gotta be honest. I'm a little bummed out, and it's all just to move the micro switch up. That's basically all we need to do. Put some solder on the end stop. Can't you move the bed back a little bit on the bushings? It's possible. Not really. I guess that's not really going to do it. Because it's the actual, yeah, we're not actually changing the orientation of everything in a meaningful way by doing that. Freaking crap. I did want to adjust the PINDA probe while we were doing this today. Chat is not the problem, Lee. I can't talk crap about chat. They've been very helpful in my little journey here on YouTube. Man. Man, I really I don't know I don't really know what we could do that would be helpful here. What do you guys think? I know some of you have a little more experience than me. What do you guys think that we should do here? Because I think really what we need to do is move this all out. Like the Z frame needs to be, like someone mentioned, I think it needs to be a little over. Uh, we either need to move the whole rear up, which we have a problem doing because like this corner with the power supply is fixed because it connects. Uh, yeah, damn it. Damnation. And it doesn't even give us like an indication of like how far it's out. Because like if it's out a millimeter, that's quite a bit different than if it's out like 3 millimeters. Oh man, I hate to move all this stuff. I've already started doing it, and it's like I know I'm just kind of screwing myself here. This makes me sad. I'm especially gonna be sad if I don't get to print anything tonight. It's gonna make me doubly sad because I don't want to mess with this tomorrow. I want to be printing. Printing the dungeons, yeah. Because I'm sure we already just like messed our cool measurements up. Still, like our axis is still oriented like great. I wish I could just like space the micro switch. The problem is, Joey, that if we can't just move the back, right? Like if you imagine we move the back, I'm also gonna have to move this part of the, like we basically have to move everything forward. I mean, I can try it. I moved the other side up a little bit. Let's try the other side. I'll quit complaining and let's just do this. Let's just do it. And there's no real way to measure how far we're going exactly, which is another kind of tragedy after being so particular about all these measurements. Because in the end, it doesn't really matter. Bunch of crap. Where's Joe Prusa? I want to see Joe Prusa calibrate one of these machines on stream one time. See how good of a time he has at it. I guess he's probably done a bunch of them, so maybe it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But still, damn it. There, I did stuff and things. I did both stuff and things. I definitely moved them up a millimeter or two. I hate to go through the whole process again to see if it, like, changed anything. It's funny, like, we're pretty clearly kind of wonky in the back here. Like, our axis is clearly skewed. But, like, the Z-frame to the heat bed is actually still pretty okay. But in the back here, it's obviously not square. I don't even need a square. Try to eyeball this a little bit. Yeah, man, this is disheartening. Check the diagonals and parallels. Yeah. Part of the thing is it's kind of tough to do that because it's so awkward, and I don't think my ruler's long enough. I have to use this big ancient square for that. And the measurements aren't very clear on it. Let's try to get corner to corner here. Looks like we're just about 16 inches corner to corner. I mean, that actually looks really close. I know this is a big old ugly ruler, but corner to corner actually doesn't look that bad. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of burnt out on this today. I'm kind of frustrated. It just sucks when you get to a point like this and there's no like real clear path to success. It's just like the machine being kind of awkward to set up and orient and stuff. All right, tape measure. We'll do it like the pros do it. So it looks like 14 7/8. And just about 15. It's actually, yeah, that old ruler sucked. So we're about 1/8 of an inch out. We're 1/8 of an inch longer this way. So I guess this back corner needs to come in a bit. We can do that, I guess. We can do that. But it's going to wonk everything up. I know it is. I know it's going to make everything wonky. Like, we can't take this in that far because of the freaking power supply. We'll try it. We'll see if that's any closer. I took that in a good bit. Surely that didn't do anything good. Oh my god, it looks worse than before. We're just gonna disassemble it and redo the entire assembly. I think that's the way out of this. We'll send it back, have Prusa disassemble it. So there we're at 14 7/8. And about 14 7/8. A hair over. We're about 15 16ths. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I'm sad inside. My sadness is clouding my thoughts. My square's too big. It's everything right now. Everything is the problem. Cable's in the way. So if I line that up on the smooth rod, it's actually not horrible. Just eyeballing it, it's not horrible back here. It's actually fairly close. But I don't think that really, unfortunately, improved... Order an assembled one, put mine in the box, and then ask for a refund. it still just like seems like we're so far forward when it's activating the micro switch. Like it doesn't really feel like we got anything out of that. Like it looks like I need like a solid 1/8 of an inch. I don't really know how to get it short of moving the Z-axis forward. I'm just going to do that. I don't really know what else to do. I think anything else is kind of like a half measure. And here we're beating stuff around. I'm going to bend something. I put my blocks away. Use some NES strategy guides. Does anybody remember these books? How to Win at Nintendo Games? Give it another go. I'm not going to run the calibration again. I don't think there's any point. It's obviously not going to complete. It's not getting close enough to those points. So now we're going to undo all this freaking work we did here. Just to overcome something that could have just been designed a little better. See, this is part of the reason I wanted to wait a while before I did my review. Sometimes it takes a while owning a machine to identify frustrating things like this. Because this printer prints nice, but damn it, is it ever... This stuff's really irritating. Butthurt, it depends on, like, how bad it is. Because, like, when it tells you it's just out, like, the first time I had this happen, I only had to move things a little bit. It wasn't that bad. But this time I can see that things are kind of worse than they were the first time around when I had this issue. That's why it's a little frustrating. I honestly thought we'd get all our measurements kind of set and it would be smooth sailing. Honestly, that's kind of what I was expecting. Alright, let's see like roughly what our 100 millimeters is looking right now. I have no idea what it could be now. It's saying it's 100.8. I don't know how that's the case. That's how is it that close? That's a 100.02. How in the hell is it that close when I've just been kind of like fudging things here? Well, I'm going to tighten that up. We're going to eyeball it from the top and then try to get the other side approximately where it needs to be. Because surely we've messed our axis up here. How is that still... It still looks okay. I don't understand. How is that possible when I just moved that far? No comprende. So there, the edge of the ruler is like right in the middle of that yellow line. Yeah, that's like dead on. How in the hell is that dead on? You like Robert's idea. Check the better. No, I think, like I just checked, I think our axis is oriented okay. The problem is the PINDA is not... Oh, that looks better. I gotta say, that looks a little bit better. Oh, there's only a circle over there. Shit. Oh, I think we're getting close. I think I'm gonna take that 100 millimeters to like 100. We'll take it to like 100.7, or maybe we'll even take it to 101. Let's take it to 101 and see how calibration goes. we'll see how it goes. We'll walk it a little farther forward. Hopefully that gives us a little bit of a buffer. Oh, and I can see the Z-axis isn't bottomed out here. I'm just starting to overlook stuff. Getting frustrated. That's not good. All right, so I'm going to check my measurement and try to make it essentially the same on the other side. Our calipers are zeroed. So that's 100.6. So that's kind of close to what we want. And then yeah, on this side we need to go forward quite a bit. Hopefully that'll get us where we need to go, hopefully. Hopefully. Because it's almost pizza time in the Nillabean household. Ain't nobody got time for this. Nobody. Okay, there's 100.6. We're gonna go with it. We'll take a look from the top and see how the X and Y seem to be. Oh, for F's sake, it's terrible. It's like horrible. It's horrible. It's muy horrible. See, I think this is what's like kind of screwing us here. So I'm eyeballing that, getting that lined up in there with the smooth rod, and then looking at the threaded rod, and it doesn't actually look too bad. I mean, it doesn't look, yeah, I guess it doesn't look so good, actually. So I'm gonna bring this back corner back. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this. Let me try to match the back of these, the nut to the back of this rod here. What is the distance there? Approximately. 3.33 millimeters approximately. Because that'll help us square it up. If we get the nuts on the ends of these threaded rods about the same. That's close-ish. Yeah, I definitely, like, you guys that have perpendicular machines, you either got extremely lucky or you're amazing. And in either case, I have a lot of respect for you guys that have perpendicular machines, because Jesus, this does not happen by accident. About point 0.3. About point 0.3. They look alright-ish. Let's see how it looks with the freaking little square. And of course, you can't, like, get anything in anywhere without just, like, eyeballing it, which isn't the most precise way to go about things. That looks pretty. That back corner, the threaded rods look fairly square. So we're gonna leave that. So that's relatively square. Now we're gonna try to just do whatever it takes to get this front square. And it looks like the power supply side needs to come forward. So we're gonna take that forward as opposed to bringing the Rambo side back, because the Rambo side I think is. Let's take a measurement again. We'll double check it. But I think the Rambo side is near 100 millimeters. We're at 101.1, and I'm not taking it anything under that because I think that's what's screwing us on the freaking micro switch. Oh, we actually have tons. This doesn't make any sense. Like, we have tons of room now on the PINDA probe. Like, it goes way past now. So maybe I should bring that side back. I don't know, this is weird. There's breaking my printer while trying to make it perpendicular. Yeah. It still works. I mean, if nothing else, we're gonna end the day with a working printer, hopefully. Okay, so we'll bring this back a little bit. We'll bring this side back a little bit and the other side forward a little bit, and hopefully we won't take enough out of it to keep the calibration from completing. Now, I think if you would end up doing anything to your printer while you're doing this process, it would probably be like damaging one of your wires, because they're all over the freaking place back here. And using these wrenches around them is kind of not ideal. Alright, so we're going to take a little bit of the Rambo side back, or the Rambo side back a little bit. And just tighten it. I keep forgetting, you got to keep making sure you bottom your threaded rod out in the Z-frame, because if you get that wonky, that's going to be a whole nother set of problems. And it's all kind of awkward how tight everything is in here. Okay, so let's eyeball it. We should have taken about half of the adjustment we needed out of that. And then we'll have to bring this side forward. And then hopefully that gets us close enough where we can run our calibration again and be done with this. And never do it again. Never doing this again. right, let's take a look at that before we tighten anything. And if we get our z-axis or xy here, and we still have plenty of buffer room on our PINDA, so we're just going to continue with this plan. Hopefully it'll get us there. Hopefully it'll get us to the promised land. Because I think I'm over the dream of being perpendicular, honestly. I think I'm over that. I think that's for a select few. Prusa's sales just plummeted. Hey, I've already had a bunch of people contact me privately and say that they bought a printer more or less because of my channel, so it's only fair that I turn a few people away too, right? But I'd like to see how Prusa does it. I wish they would be a little more forthcoming with like the assembly process, because it is you know, potentially a freaking nightmare. How does that... Oh, I bet I know what it is. We're actually bringing it forward enough. It's probably the freaking power supply back here. That's holding that side back. But no, I wouldn't let any like stuff like this turn you off from buying one. It's just, you know, you have to come in to something like 3D printing with realistic expectations. You can't just like think it's going to be all easy all the time. I don't know why I'm even checking this. I know it's way off. I don't know why it doesn't seem to be giving us enough on this side. Is it that time? Alright, I'll be up in a minute. Because like this, I don't know what to do. Like we're at the limit of the adjustability on this power supply side. Because these bolts are already under tension. So I should probably back this side off a little bit. Because we do have a little bit of buffer room on the other side. Oh god, I'm kind of glad Aaron's not here. He'd be losing his mind right now. He'd have already facepalmed himself to death, I'm sure. Yeah, we actually had a bunch of tension on this power supply, unfortunately. That's not ideal. Yeah, we're gonna have to bring this side back. That's not gonna be our salvation. Just taking it all out of this side. Because let me check our measurement. I'm sure we went a good ways. I don't even need to zero it. I just need a rough idea. Yeah, we're at 102.7. So we'll bring this side back. We went a little... I got a little trigger happy over here. Because we do want to be able to get our bolts back in our freaking power supply. Because there's our holes lined up at about the limit. Yeah, I wish the power, like I know it does add structural stability, but I don't know. I wish a lot of things right now. Probably isn't the best time for me to be giving my opinion of the MK2. So there's 100.5 on the power supply side. 100.8. We'll leave it at 100.5. Oh, and again, you got to make sure, I always forget, you got to make sure your threaded rod's bottomed out in the Z-frame, since that's like another whole axis of freedom in the equation. So there we're at 100.6, and I guess we'll have to take the rest of it out of this side, as much as I hate to. I wish I could eyeball this from the top while this is laying on its side, but I don't really trust it. I guess I can use the heat bed and line the edge of the heat bed up with the Z-frame. Oh, it just looks like we need so much. It like makes me worry about the PINDA again. That's really close. That looks really close. Let's try it. I'll snug this back up. We'll see how it looks from the top. We'll run our calibration. I'll go eat some pizza. Try to mellow out a little bit. And then we'll come back and see if we can end this chapter of my life that feels like it's been going forever. I just want to print cool stuff. Oh god. Freaking Z-axis frame is not bottomed out. It's like that. That's one of those design decisions where I don't know why it couldn't have just been a hole through the Z-axis. When the Prusa, are you able to adjust the nozzle height so not to ruin the PEI while calibrating? Yes and no. I mean, you can easily ruin your PEI while you're doing your calibration, unfortunately. I damn near, if you guys watch the original streams of me assembling mine, I damn near ruined mine. Okay. I mean, I can tell already, this looks okay, but it's not as good as when we had it initially, before we ran the first test. Or before I was ready to run the first test. Yeah, it's not as good as it was. A little behind the line. A little more behind the line. Ah. Be done with it. You're killing me, machine. You're killing me. right. So our Z-frame feels about right. It feels like it's bottomed out. Let's check this again. I think we're getting close. Right behind the line. Right behind the line. Pretty damn close. From the back here, it still looks terrible. I mean, our it's funny, like, the X to Y axis as far as, like, the heat bed and the Z frame seem okay, but, like, the Z axis of the frame is wonky. I can see that with my naked eye. I don't know why that's the case, but that's the case. I don't know why we can't get both happy. It's funny, the threaded rods look like they're at more or less a 90-degree angle. I mean, it's not perfect, but like if I line the front up there and the back up here, we could say it's certainly not perfect, but it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know why it looks so bad to the heat bed. I don't know. Let's run this again. If we pass calibration, I'm leaving it. You may be torque locked on another end of an axis. Caleb asked, what caused the issue? There wasn't really an issue, but when you do the calibration procedure that we're about to do here that's automated, it'll tell you if your axes are not totally perpendicular. And while we had the machine apart to put some, you can see the orange things under the heat bed, to put some bearing holders on, and the main reason I wanted to tear it apart was to address the heat bed not being level. But as like a secondary goal, I decided to try to actually get it perpendicular or as close to perpendicular as we can. But that is slowly turned into something that I wish it wouldn't have turned into, to say the least. But I think I'm gonna try to adjust this back corner, and then we're gonna run the calibration. I think I can get this back corner a little bit squarer. I feel like I'm playing with fire, but let's see if that looks any better. It looks a little bit better. That makes me a little bit happier. It again, I don't know how, like, just adjusting that back corner throws everything else off, but it looks like it threw the XY off a little bit. I mean, not really, I guess. I don't know. Seems alright. But alright, we're gonna... I can't even talk anymore. We're gonna rerun the calibration. You guys that have hung out this long deserve, like, a medal of some kind. Because even I want to leave. And you guys are still here. So, thanks for sticking with me. We'll put one of the power supply bolts back in here. And we'll leave the other one out for the time being. Because this does add a little bit of stability. Can you twist the bed? Not really. I mean, we can, but it's like such a... I mean, effectively, no. We'd get almost no adjustment out of it, unfortunately. Okay, so there we have that. It looks like our X and Y is okay. Looks pretty close. I don't think it's dead on. I don't think it's the machine's going to give us like a round of applause here after we do this, but yeah, let's do this. Hopefully for the final time. And I didn't adjust my PINDA sensor. I kind of want to adjust the PINDA because it needs to come down a little bit. Why don't we do that? I need to lower my PINDA just a little bit. Oh, there's a revised mount. I'll have to check that out. There, I lowered the PINDA a little bit. I don't know how much exactly. I guess we'll find out. Huh, that's kind of weird. I never noticed that. It doesn't matter which way. It doesn't matter which way you turn the knob. Any kind of rotation makes the Z-axis go up. That's kind of weird. I never noticed. All right, there we go. Yes, it is. Oh, Lord in heaven. All right, guys. Well, while this is going, I'm going to go grab some food. I haven't really eaten anything today. Hopefully, if something catches fire, somebody call 911. But yeah, we'll let this go, and hopefully we can get to the bottom of this. Oh yeah, Jonas. I think I did. I think I went the opposite direction. But we can. That's a secondary issue. So once we get the axes sorted out, we'll come back and address the PINDA. But all right, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Oh, goal! I came back just in time. How in the hell did we do that? How? How did we do this? How did we do this? What is this? What is this? I gotta tell you guys. I was just... Militia, wow, I learned nothing. Me either. I didn't learn anything. Because we took the thoughtful approach, and that failed. And then I did whatever I just did. Which was... You guys saw what I was doing. I was just bitching the whole time. Moving this, moving that, doing this, doing that. And we're perpendicular. What the hell, universe? What the hell? I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless. This doesn't feel right. I feel like I stole a win. Pizza. Pizza was the answer. Ralph said the back nut. But Ralph, I moved everything. I moved literally everything. I moved both back nuts. I moved all the nuts on the Z-axis. I moved all the things. Somehow perpendicular. Somehow perpendicular. I'll take it. Whatever. This was the least satisfying victory I've ever had in my life, I gotta say. Somebody sneaked in and did it for me. Secure the PSU. Good call. I did have... It is tight back here, but... Yeah, what the hell, printer? What is going on with you? How is this happening? Is this real life? This isn't even a useful video for anybody. We're 5 hours and 18 minutes in. I can't even give somebody good advice for getting perpendicular. I don't even have good advice. Mess with it for 5 hours. Go eat some pizza. Come back, your machine will be fine. Nillabean, 2016. What the hell? Huh. Like I said, this is genuinely the least satisfying victory I've ever had. I mean, I'm glad it's done, but I don't feel like I did it. I feel like it just happened. Oh my goodness. Okay, well let's... Alright, well I guess let's do the next step here. What a weird day. Pour Loctite all over it and never touch it again. I don't even want to move it off the table. Holy crap. I can't believe it's perpendicular. I can't believe that. I was hoping for, like, skewed but usable. Like I said, I was I was just upstairs venting to my wife, like, how frustrated I was. And then I was, like, trying not to seem, like, overly frustrated on stream. But, yeah, that was frustrating. Like I said, it's kind of tough when, like, you know, like, something's obviously wrong, but you don't really have, like, I don't know. Like, it's a situation where, like, if you had a diamond under a mountain of sand, you know, you could move that sand without too much, like, mental hang-up, knowing that there's a diamond underneath of it. But, like, when you're just doing stuff and you don't really know if it's getting you closer to where you want to be, it's kind of frustrating. Man, I'm glad we're here. Holy crap. Is this real life? Like, I feel like one of you guys, like, hacked my machine, and it's just, you're just fooling me. You're just making the LCD say that. Like, I'm just waiting for my machine to go, lol, lied. Yeah, it's because that is kind of funny, because that is kind of true. All that measuring I did, and apparently me eyeballing it, was what actually got us to where we were going. I gotta say, there's one reason that I'm like that, and it is totally because of my dad. My dad was always, like, a picky bastard who is, like, my fingers hurt like hell. My from burning them early, my one finger was actually bleeding on the way to get Carly. He is both the reason I do shit like that and the reason that, like, I'm picky enough to be able to see stuff like that. So thanks, Dad. This goes out to my parents. Yeah, reverse the... I'm here talking about how picky I am and how good my vision is, and I put the spool holders on backwards. Thank you, Stefan. Now I have the spool on backwards. Holy crap. What a day. Can you tell this has been a long day? Where is the end of my filamente? Holy crap, fellas. Well, I'm glad people were here to witness this. I don't think people would have believed me if I was just like, yeah, I just fudged around with it for a while, ate some pizza, came back, and it was fine. Yeah, Joey, that's the next thing. I need to fix the PINDA probe. I actually adjusted it the wrong way. All right. And we'll put our other screw in here before I forget. And these, I think it did all kind of come together, because even the power supply mount back here, or the bracket, actually the screws line up without any persuasion. No, I forget the pizzas. We started getting pizzas from Walmart. I can't think of what they are. They have ridiculous names, but, like, they're the best pizza I've had in a long time. Because so many of the frozen pizzas, like, they have so much sodium in them. And, like, I get heartburn. It's funny. I used to get heartburn a lot, and I never knew what it was. And I always thought it was sodium, but sodium actually doesn't bother me that much. It's potassium. Potassium gives me heartburn, like, instantly. But yeah, the pizzas we've been getting are pretty sweet. Did I get perpendicular? Yes, I did, Joseph. I don't know how. I don't know how, but we did. So now we're going to do the V2. Since I moved it the wrong direction. Yeah, crap. My V2 is probably going to be like plus or minus 6 something. I have so many files on here now. Where the hell's it at? It was on screen for a second. Oh, okay. My wife's probably wondering what the hell I was yelling about down here. Clean your bed before the print. I have been touching it a lot. We'll let it go. We're just gonna like get it, the height kind of close so it locks it in. We'll just get her close, and then after this is saved, we'll adjust the PINDA and do this again. But yeah, the filament's probably not going to stick here. That's about right. I mean, that's super wrong, but that's about right. Okay, yeah, that's horrible. I don't know if you guys saw. But that was at like, what? Minus 0.9? That's terrible. For reference. For a point of reference, 0.9 is terrible. So what I need to do is adjust the PINDA the other way. How should I do that? Should I change my Z-adjust first? Should I set my Z-adjust back to 0 and then adjust the PINDA and redo it? What do you guys think? I've never actually adjusted my PINDA before. That's what I thought. We'll set it back to... I'll just start a random print here. We'll just start a random print here. Set it back to 0, and then so what if I'm at minus 0.9? I need to bring it up about a millimeter. How long is the stream? We've been going 5.5 hours at this point, but we're gonna, as soon as I get this kind of done, I'll because we already scuffed the build plate. I'll wipe it down with acetone again. And then I guess what I'll do is actually I'll rerun this print tonight and see how our bed adhesion is. Hopefully it's better. And I'll try it. Well, I guess I should try a smaller one. I don't know. I kind of want to run this one, but I guess it's not that good of a test. I'm trying to think of what I could run. I could run this print again. Because if this one sticks, I think we really have addressed the problem. But I could run the mini NES cartridge again, because I think that's like an hour-and-a-half print. Because I was printing these at 0.1, because I want these to look really nice, like up close. So, yeah, I could do that. Oh, Joey, I was starting a print so I can set my live Z back to 0 and then I'll cancel it. Because I don't want to run the XYZ again. That takes a little while. Lays down a nice perch strip. Okay, so there we go. So we'll adjust the probe. Yeah, Craig. That is something. I've had people point that out on stream before. Like generally, I do that. I tend to forget when I'm streaming. All right, so I think during assembly they tell you to try to get the top of the PINDA at the bottom of the of that little bracket that's over here to the side. I guess I can bring this over. So you guys can see what I'm talking about. Any of you guys that didn't know, this little fella here is the PINDA probe. It's this thing here, right? That I've got kind of stuck in there. But I think during assembly, they want you to have the top of this equal to about the bottom of that little piece there. Which it looks like that is roughly there. Maybe a little less. Maybe a little less up. So that looks don't know. Where do you guys, like, Joey, I think you, go based on how much offset you need. Well, the problem is I done moved it a bunch. Yeah, I guess I should bring it down down a little bit more. That looks like we're a little above flush with that little bracket. Yeah, we're a little above flush, which is I think where it was when I did my initial assembly. So we'll start with that, and then I'll mark it with a marker and be a little more precise when we adjust it beyond this. Oh, it's not starting. All right, so there we have it. We'll run our V2 again. How many threads left on the top of the PINDA? Two. Looks like 3 full threads. So we'll give this a try. I'll try to find that V2 calibration again. We'll give this a try. I will wipe the bed off a little bit. Do you guys think there's a... I know my mic's over there. Hopefully you can hear me. Do you guys think there's a drawback to using acetone on a regular basis to clean the PEI? I think it's a much better solvent than alcohol. I know it's a little hard on your skin, but... I mean, I think if I would get more consistent results with it, I wouldn't really have a problem using it on a regular basis. Let me get out of here. I'll move my hot end up a little bit before we preheat this. There we go. Yeah, I just didn't know. I mean, if IPA's fine, I'll just use that. I just wondered if extended periods of IPA use actually led to the reduction in adhesion, or if that's just like kind of natural in the lifespan of a sheet of PEI. Maybe like alcohol is the way to go, and then like periodically clean it with acetone. I just wonder about, like you guys mentioning window cleaner, I just wonder about, because window cleaner does have some additives in it that leave a bit of a residue. I was just wondering if that was an issue. Maybe it's not. My camera's freaking out again. It might be my cable, because I use a little extension cable on this, and I know USB extension cables are kind of notoriously craptastic. You can see the PEI definitely looks different after After the yeah, I did. Yeah, Macy. I mean, that is. Yeah. Yeah, I do need to look at the manual more. I did look at it before, but yeah. It's like anything. Like, obviously, I don't know. You can research anything, but like time's always a factor for me. Like, I don't. I know it's. I say that, and I've been streaming here today for almost 6 hours, but yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, so here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna stop that. We're too low. The nozzle was hitting the bed. So we'll bring it down a little bit. Yeah, Joey. Yeah, the nozzle was hitting the bed a little bit. There was there was one full rotation of the nut. We'll see how that looks. Luckily at the beginning there, it's just gently pressing the nozzle down and not dragging or anything. But yeah, we'll try that again here quick. There we go. Yeah, we'll get it here. I forget. Did any of you guys remember some of the lowest PINDA settings you've seen or offsets, Z offsets? I thought there was somebody in the one Prusa group that had like, oh, what was it, like minus 0.1? Something crazy like that? Or maybe it was under 0.1. Craig had 0. Jesus. That's kind of crazy, man. Yeah, that's kind of crazy to have 0. Yeah, I think I was at. I think I was right at minus 5.5 before. So I mean, basically, if we get under that, I'll consider it a success. What the hell? No, 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 no. Holy shit. How is it? Did I go the wrong direction? I think I went the wrong direction. What the fuck? What an idiot. What an idiot. Yeah, there's some damage. Well, shit, guys. Fuck. What a fucking idiot. God damn. Whoops. I raised it again. Shit. Oh, the curses of a long day, man. Jesus. What an idiot. Holy hell. Oh, I'm glad I can do everything wrong for you guys to learn from. I'm doing like community service here. I think I might have went a little too far right there. Yeah, holy crap, that's like terrifying. It wouldn't be a Nilla stream without the chaos. Oh. My heart. That was scary. That is not a good sound. Phoenix did a time lapse of putting the printer together. Did it to the Benny Hill theme. That should definitely be a staple of some of my streams. Definitely. What's the worst that could happen, guys? If you don't do things wrong a million times, how are you ever going to know when you do it right? Right? All right, let me check something here. Yeah, what a day. Hey, at least we're ending the day with a redo Z calibration. Yeah, we could do that. We could. Let's see how this works out this time. It can't be worse than last time. Luckily, it's on the edge of our PEI. Here it comes. Got my finger on the reset. Got some schmutz. Hey, we're not touching. Sensor triggered too high. Too high, you say? All right, so we'll bring it down a little bit. Well, I appreciate it, Craig. Thanks for hanging out with me, man. I definitely need to come up with a motto about doing shit wrong so you don't have to. Like this, I'm failing to use an adjustable wrench right now. What did it say? It was too high? Is that what it said? How is it registering too high? Well, there we did something. Let's try that. Oh, why does this have to be at the bottom? All right, let's try this for like the 8th time. Make sure the PINDA is level. The PINDA is level, it seems. As level as it can be, anyway. Hopefully I didn't jack my tip up. That's my favorite 0.25 millimeter tip. All right, we're going to get it one of these days, guys. All right, I'm scared. Yeah, I need to start using folders. Like, I'm first and foremost a computer nerd, so I can't believe I don't do that already. Too high? What? How is it too high? I mean, that's like... That can't be right. That's like lower than the nozzle. Does that mean I should rerun the Z calibration instead of adjusting the PINDA? Because like I said, that's yeah. Yeah, let's do the Z calibration here. Oh, it was out. It was out, definitely. Yeah, this the Rambo side bottomed out a good bit before the power supply side did. Probably that makes sense. Whenever it hit the bed, it must have caused the other stepper to skip steps. That kind of makes sense. It all looks all right. Doesn't look like we're yeah, Andre, you guys need some kind of like if more than 3 people say a certain thing in chat, it needs to like sound a siren over here. All right. Let's try this. I would imagine, because like I said, this is essentially exactly where it was when I actually did the initial assembly, so... Oh, okay, yeah, I guess Macy pointed out that just moving the Z-axis to the top, I guess I could have, I could have rebottomed those axes out on my own. Good to know. No, I am really anxious to see if the sanding and stuff helped with the PEI. I do have the manual pulled up here. Does anybody happen to know where they mentioned about the PEI sheet? Because I'm looking through it here. Here's the heat bed assembly part. Or is it actually in the printing manual? Let me grab that, because I didn't actually come... Mine didn't come with an assembly manual. But I do. Some crap about safety. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see what this ends up looking like. It's definitely not too low. Huh. I would say that's about right. Maybe a hair less than that. Okay. So at least we have a baseline. So we're in the... I'm going to get that to 0 before it... All right, so we have a baseline there. So I'm gonna move it up a tiny little bit here. Oh yeah, yeah. You guys just pointed out I have the shit. I forgot I have the 0.25 millimeter in. Shit. I never even thought of that. I never even thought of that. Touche. What I can do though is I do have prints on here for the 0.25 millimeter nozzle, so we can use those to do our Z calibration. Yeah, I never thought of that. We got so far into this here that I totally forgot. So let's reacetone, and I'll just do one of these prints. Let's do the snowflake. Let's print ourselves a snowflake. Because we can use this snowflake print as our V2. Yeah, the 0.25 profile I made because I couldn't actually. I thought, Andre, I thought they changed that in the latest firmware. I thought you don't need to do the V2. Oh, that's right. While it's heating up, we were looking at 6.3.2, 6.3.3. Aha. So it says, for increasing adhesion, in some special occasions, a tall object, blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Consider using a brim. Not helpful for me. It says, suggests using the glue stick. So this actually doesn't address what I was like. I thought you were saying it gave you advice on how to like refinish the surface. What was it? 6.3.2 and 3. Oh, this does say that denatured alcohol is yet another option. So maybe I'll try that. Because I could be wrong, but I think denatured alcohol is a little bit more pure than isopropyl. I could be wrong. Yeah, I thought maybe it mentioned like how to essentially resurface your PEI. But I guess that's not really the case. It's actually not too bad. Looks like it's still going to be in about the same region. That looks pretty good right there. Maybe a little bit higher. It's a little tough to see, but I think that looks good there. Let me peel this off. Ow! Fudge, that hurts. That was a sharp point. It went under my fingernail. I'm going to stop that real quick and then start it again before it cools down too much. There. We'll see how it lays the first layer of the snowflake down now. No, it's all it's all right, Craig. It was only going to preheat for a few seconds. To me, like, I understand it can hurt the PINDA, but at the same time, there's prints where the print will spend 15 minutes doing the first layer, so I don't think a minute or two close to the bed's going to be the end of the world. But we'll see how this handles. Purge strip looks nice. First layer seems about right. I know it's hard to see on there, but that seems about right. It looks aight. But no, this looks all right. That looks about right. I think we got it. I think we're worse than I think my offset's worse than it was before. So I think okay, it doesn't affect the calibration. I guess it just does the heat maybe affect the accuracy of the PINDA? Is that what you're saying? And yeah, maybe I have an older handbook, but my book doesn't actually say anything about resurfacing. It just like has suggestions for yeah. Doesn't really mention it. But no, I'll have to check that out online. Because I did look in here before, not recently, but I did look in here before, and that's one of the reasons I never checked it again, because I didn't remember seeing that about resurfacing the PEI. Okay, Craig, I see what you're saying. See, I've seen other guys say that it actually damages the PINDA, which never made sense to me. Like I said, given the amount of time that it can spend on a perfectly normal print, like directly adjacent to the heat bed, it didn't seem to make sense to me that the heat was damaging it. But I get what you're saying now. Okay, but I don't know if you guys can see. I don't know how well it translates here, but the snowflake print here is, I don't know if it's like full on first layer porn or anything, but it's pretty nice. Take autofocus off so you can actually see it. But no, these actually, if any of you guys need ideas for Christmas gifts, little snowflake files like this, I just kind of like brought the Z height up a little bit, so they're, I think, like 3 or 4 millimeters thick. And you see it's a relatively simple snowflake design. And then I just like lightly sand them and spray them with the glitter paint from Walmart. And they, yeah, they make cool little gifts. The first layer looks okay. Looks okay. I think it's a little high yet. Yeah, it's a little high, but still not bad. But no, meh. I'd call that a success. But I'm going to go ahead and cancel this. And we'll pop this bad boy off. And we'll adjust the PINDA one more time and try to get it a little bit closer. Because I'm not... like I said, I thought they changed that in the last firmware, that you don't actually have to run specifically the V2 to change your... or for it to save your calibration settings. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I thought that was one of the things that they said they changed. Nillabean, you ever get slipping, clicking with the extruder running? With the 0.25? No, it does make a weird, repetitive, dull, kind of thumping sound that bothered me at first. But, no, it doesn't seem to be anything that's a problem. Because I started to think that it was the belt, like on the smooth pulley over here, just making a little bit of a... because it's got like teeth that are hitting like a smooth surface. But no, it doesn't... Do you get it too? It's like a dunk, 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 dunk. It doesn't seem to affect anything. Because it still like extrudes... It extrudes nice and extrudes like nice and consistently. So it doesn't appear to be anything, and it's not, like, I double-checked everything. It's not, like, slipping. Like, I tried tightening the tensioner. I tried loosening it. I don't know what it is, but like I said, it still extrudes nicely. Oh, that's kind of reassuring to me that you guys hear that, too, because I checked everything I could, like, possibly think of to see what that was. But no, I could never really get to the bottom of it because it's not the extruder motor. Like you'd kind of expect that the extruder motor is like jumping or something, but But yeah, I could never figure out what that was exactly. Anyway, so let's adjust this PINDA again a little bit. So we want to bring it... So which way do we want to go? We want to go... let me turn this camera off. My C920's having issues here. So we want to go up, correct? We want to go up a little bit, right? All right, now I didn't go too crazy there. I think I might have went like 3, like you said, 1 to 2. I think I went 3, a little less than 3. So hopefully that's not too crazy. There, let's try I'll try this big file. It'll give us some nice large perimeter lines and stuff. It'll give us some nice large perimeter lines to work with here. Oh, did we get 50 likes on the stream? No shit. I generally don't pay much attention to that stuff, but I think that's definitely a record. Yeah, I will do that. I should have did that before I moved it, but... We'll put a mark on it now. Put a mark on the nut so we know how much we've turned it before. Yeah, if it is 1 millimeter pitch, I definitely went less than a half a turn. Pinned up, nozzle down. That's correct. Oh, it looks like it really cooled down that time. Yeah, it does work the opposite of how you think. That's how I drove the nozzle into the heat bed the first time. But no, it does. It definitely feels like we have less play in the heat bed, which kind of makes me feel better. Definitely an improvement. Because I don't think there was a ton of play in the zip ties, but if you remove even a little bit of play out of each of the 3 bushings, I think that does have a pretty big net effect. Hey, good night, Dawn. Thanks for stopping by, man. Yeah, the extrusion definitely affects adhesion. That's why, like, there's a lot of room for tweaking on your first layer. It's one of the nice things about, like, a slicer gives you options, but Simplify gives you a few more options, and it lets you, like, tweak them a little more directly. Oh, was it wrong in the manual? That's kind of crazy. Yeah, this is a long stream. That seems to be my MO. I'm sure my wife's wondering what the hell I'm doing. So, as soon as we sort this out, I am going to run, guys. Because what time is it? Yeah, it's almost 8 o'clock. Holy crap. But like I said, I need to start using my Twitter and stuff. So if any of you guys are interested, I'm going to print... I'm going to print one of these big tiles, again in the Hatchbox Silver. And I'll print that overnight, and then I'll probably post a picture in the morning, because I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. But I'll probably post a picture of it on Facebook and Twitter and just do like a quick update about what happened exactly. Alright, so let's give this a go. Shit, we were rubbing the bed. Fuck. I forgot to reset it to 0. Damn it. Definitely lowered it. Holy crap. I can tell you already, that's too low. Yeah, shit, I forgot to reset that. I forgot to re-zero it. We rubbed the bed. Not much, but it did kind of scuff it a little bit. Just barely. Oh, another catastrophe averted. This has not been my day, I gotta say. I think definitely, like, after all the frustration of getting our axes and stuff straight, I think it would definitely do a person a lot of good to step away for a bit before you, like, start messing with other stuff. Because, like this, I should have known to reset that. I should have known, and I just didn't. I didn't think about it. All right, so let's go back a little bit there. So we brought it down a little bit. Like 2 turns. Yeah, I went one face. That should be closer. Yeah, like I was saying, I wouldn't recommend that people do, like, long sessions like this. You know, if you troubleshoot one problem, you should probably step away, clear your head, and then come back and try to deal with other stuff. Because like this, I'm to the point where I'm starting to make stupid mistakes that I wouldn't normally make. And those are the times you end up breaking shit. Definitely. Which is not good. I'm gonna pull my sock off. I think I got a little filament under there from having the extruder pressed down. Maybe I had a perfect offset. No, it was at like 0.6 and was still too low. I think that's a little too close. I don't mind it being like, I don't know. I just wanted it under 5. So I have a feeling this is going to be just about right. Joey. Don't you know I can never be pleased? Never. And if any of you guys haven't noticed, I know from personal experience, like we didn't grind against the PEI too much when I said it touched there, but it did push into it a little bit. That goes away after a little while of cycles of like heating and cooling the PEI. It'll loosen and grab and loosen and grab. And a lot of those Mars, if they don't actually damage the surface, because what you're actually doing is just like pressing the PEI down really hard and sandwiching the adhesive, they actually go away after a little bit. All right, let's do this one more time, and then we're going to call it. Oh, see, I'm happy with this. Yeah, that's really that. I'm happy with that. There we're at minus 2.9. I think that's acceptable. Because I don't feel like an idiot like having it so bad, so my PINDA's just like clearly not the correct height. I'll let this first layer go a little bit, and we'll see how it looks. And then, like I said, we have such a big print here that it gives us some time to fine tune it. But I think this is where we're gonna end up leaving it. I'm totally happy with like a 2 to 3, minus 2 to 3 is not bad, I don't think. Let me adjust this fella here. Yeah, let's let that go for a minute. It's not too bad. It's got kind of that ripple thing going on. I don't know what causes that. Hopefully we didn't damage the tip. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I can hear that thudding we were just talking about. It's like a dun 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 dun. It's kind of like a weird song. See, if the nozzle's too low, we might even be better than I thought. What the hell's that? Oh no! My heat bed's touching the back corner. We got a weird there's a weird ledge on that bottom layer. The bolt on the bottom or back corner is hitting the edge. I don't know what the hell's causing that. Yeah, it totally is. It's making a ledge in that first layer. Yeah, huh. Problem number 8,000,005. Thoughts on that, guys? No, the bolt that's in the back corner of the Y-axis carriage, the aluminum part, the X frame, is actually hitting the edge of the Z frame. That's actually a new one. I've never had that before. Has anybody ever had that? before. I don't actually know what I could adjust to fix that. Because what did Aaron say? Aaron said maybe the PSU mount point. No, it's not hitting that. Like I said, it's actually hitting the angled corner. And now that I think about it, I actually saw a guy on the Prusa Facebook group say that he had that same problem. I wonder what he ever did to the bolt. No, the bolt's not snapped. Everything's fine. It's just the clearance is so low that it's actually touching. I don't know how I can show you guys that. I mean, I know exactly how I could fix it. I could always loosen the bolt and drop the Z-axis frame down a little bit. Did something get damaged when the nozzle crashed down? I don't think so. Because even if it did, it only touched in the front on this opposite side. I can't imagine what that would have done to make... I mean, maybe it bent my straight rod. But it doesn't appear to be bent. No, I mean, nothing looks wrong. It just looks like the clearance is too close. But it is funny. You can see the effects of it. That bottom layer looks kind of crappy. But you can see the effects of it in the first layer of that back corner. You're confused with what I mean. I will try to show you guys, but I don't know if I'll be able to. We'll stop this print. Okay, so I will try to line it up so you guys can see what I'm talking about. This point right here, this screw, is hitting this point right here, is what's happening. Like if I manually move the bed back, see it's actually making contact right there. And it doesn't look like anything's wrong. But you can hear it. I bet I know what it is. I bet I know what it is. I think the I can't turn the fan off. I think the Z-axis on this side needs to be seated. I think the X or the Z-axis frame needs to be seated better on this side, which I think will just tweak the orientation a little bit. Because I don't think it's bent. I honestly don't think that's what it is. Let me see if I can get this. I bet you if I loosen this, this threaded rod wasn't seated the whole way in the Z-axis frame. I betcha. Betcha. No, but it still touches a little bit. Huh, I've never actually had that. Yeah, the bushings are the same ones that were actually on there before, and they're actually bottomed out in the Y-axis sled the same way they were before. But like I said, I noticed it. You can actually see in this one, and this first layer is ugly, but there's a hard line across there, and it's because it was hitting. It wasn't hitting in the front part where it's thicker, and then it was hitting in the back and lifting the build plate up just a tiny little bit, and making the back corner thinner. Huh. No, I don't know what's causing that. But like I said, I know exactly how I can fix that. What I could do is set this on a flat surface, make 2 shims that are exactly the same height to shim this from 0. Yeah, this that first layer looked terrible. That looks pretty awful. But that's why we were still adjusting it. That's why that looks kind of bad. Of course, that looks kind of bad too. But we'll get it. And you see the adhesion is piss poor also. We're a little too high. But no, guys, I'm going to have to call it a night. I've had enough. I need to clear my head for a little bit. So yeah, we're gonna call it a day for today. I've had enough of this printer. I'm gonna mess with it here a little bit and see if I can get to the bottom of why this is hitting here. And it's like it's barely hitting. Like after I fix that on the other side, I will later, Aaron. I gotta go. I gotta do some family stuff. My wife's been home for like 3 hours now, and I haven't really talked to her. So yeah, I need to go for a little bit. But I'm just trying to think of what it could be. Like I said, it's easy enough fix. All I have to do is loosen this side and drop the Z-frame a little bit, and it'll fix that problem. So I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I just hope it's not like some things where it's indicative of another problem. But yeah, that's it for today, guys. Holy crap, what a day. At least we're ending the day with a perpendicular MK2. If the frame is skewed in relation to the Y-axis, it'll do that. Yeah, I could see that. Like I said, I'll fool with it a bit tonight, try to get it good enough that I can print overnight. We'll see how the bed adhesion has changed for the good or bad. Hopefully it has changed for the good. But yeah, I mean, I'm suspicious that it is just a rod. Maybe one of the rods isn't. It's time to walk away, fellas. It's time to walk away. Sweet Jesus. But yeah, I'm suspicious that one of the rods maybe just isn't snapped down in completely. It's hard to tell. Maybe I'll pop them back out and make sure there's nothing nothing sitting in the bottom there, keeping them from seating entirely. But I think that's like a trivial thing we'll get to the bottom of. But yeah, anyway, it's been a long day. We're perpendicular. I think that we can at least check off the bucket list. But yeah, anyway. Thanks for going on this journey with me, guys. Holy crap. 6 hours and 40 minutes. It's time for us all to do something else for a little bit. But as always, thanks for hanging out with me. I'm not going to be on tomorrow. Like I said, I'll post on both Twitter and Facebook. I'll do a little bit of an update on what happens tonight and how the PEI performs overnight. But yeah, if you're interested, I think the links are in the description of this video. for either of those, Facebook or Twitter, if you're interested in either. Because I do want to start using them so I can share things without having to jump on and stream and stuff. And maybe do some more of those, like, what went wrong kind of things, but not have them actually be videos and stuff, just kind of like using pictures and stuff and discussions that way. But, yeah, thanks, everybody. If anybody here's new, consider subbing. And like I mentioned earlier, any of you guys that are subscribed and you haven't been keeping up with like what's going on YouTube, if you're wondering why you're not getting alerts for like when I stream or any of the other YouTubers in general that you are subscribed to, you have to go to their page now, and beside the subscribe button, there's a stupid little bell that you have to click, and you have to actually opt into alerts for a channel. I don't know why they changed that, but it's something they've changed recently. So now if you want to follow somebody, you have to subscribe them and bell them, I guess we'll call it. Hit that bell, fellas. Stupid. I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they don't just automatically opt you in, and then you can go to opt out of updates for channels if you don't really want it all the time. But if you're wondering why you haven't gotten updates, that's why. Like I said, it's not just me, it's any of the other YouTubers you follow, and you want to get like updates when they release videos and stuff. Make sure you go and bell them. That really rolls off the tongue. Freaking YouTube. But yeah, that's what's up with that. So yeah, bell me, guys. Jesus. I don't want to have to say that now. But yeah, thanks everybody. Won't be here tomorrow, but I probably will jump on Thursday. And like I said, I'll do social media updates, but also obviously talk about the aftermath of today on Thursday. So yeah, give me a ding dong. Hit that ding dong, fellas. But yeah, thanks everybody. I do appreciate it. Thanks everybody that helped. You guys that are in the Slack group, I'll jump on later. I got a family for a few hours here, but yeah, it's been a long day, and I don't feel like I accomplished anything. Like, I know we're perpendicular, but that's such like a weird consolation prize after like the ordeal we went through. But yeah, peace, guys. Thanks.